Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 12th, 2026 special City Council meeting. We have a quorum. Could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pearson is absent. Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Maloney.
Present.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comments for tonight's items will be 5 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. In addition, in order to maintain decorum and ensure that no one's sight is obstructed, public commenters are reminded to not approach the dais.
I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Moving into business item D1, G. Harold Duffy, City Manager, will introduce and present the strategic plan framework and department priority projects.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, G. Harold Duffy, City Manager. So tonight we're going to go over the FY 26-27 and 27-28 strategic plan framework. So the agenda for tonight is the desired policy direction, the FY 22-24 strategic plan focus areas, the 2022-2024 goal results, and evaluate and prioritize future agenda items. So under policy direction, the staff is requesting City Council direction regarding the adoption of the 2026-27 27-28 strategic plan based on the framework and 6 council focus areas. Tonight we're looking for confirmation and deferral or review, removal of strategic tier department priority projects. We're also going to be evaluating the 24 outstanding future agenda items currently in progress. Those are the items that the council has added for work over the last 24 months. The workshop was also going to be broken into 2 parts. So tonight we're basically going to be going over the history, and then at our next workshop we'll go over the addition of future council priority items along with the staff's priority projects. So the framework for tonight is the development of the 26-27 strategic plan, beginning with an evaluation of the prior strategic plan to determine our accomplishments achieved or what we've accomplished so far, projects that should be carried forward, and the council priorities that emerge during the prior cycle. And as I said, if you look at the slide, the next part is like a part 2, which we'll skip at this point in time. Some sort of distinctions about projects. The projects are broken out into operational tasks. Those tasks are going to be completed between 0 and 6 months. The technical tasks will be 6 months to 3 years, and the strategic task will be 3 to 5 years. And because the strategic plan is a multi-year planning process, the strategic plan is aligned with the city's budget cycle and presents across biannual budget cycles to provide a forward-looking framework. So why a longer horizon? We recognize the extended timeline required to implement major capital and policy initiatives. We reflect recent executive leadership transitions and aligns with the city's entering a new build-out phase of development. This emphasizes strategic alignment between growth, infrastructure capacity, and service delivery. So let's start off with where we left off. In February 14, 2023, we approved adopted the revised City of Brentwood strategic plan for fiscal year 2022-23, 23-24. Then in February 4th, 2025, Council directed staff to bring back a draft strategic plan for consideration, including any additional proposed initiatives organized in order of priority and by staff's bandwidth or capacity. A draft schedule and or project completion dates, provided priority list in advance of meetings where the City Council will consider adoption of the 26-27 strategic plan. And that will happen at our next meeting. So let's look at the 6 council priority focused areas. And these areas are based upon categories and not by departments. So we have the public works, and that was provide safe, efficient, sustainable infrastructure that delivers economic opportunities and quality of life. Police services protect and enhance community quality of life through dedication, professionalism, and innovation. Then we had economic development, maintain and enhance Brentwood's quality of life through a vibrant and diverse economy. 4 was community development, develop Brentwood as a high-quality, balanced community while protecting natural and agricultural resources. And 5 was park and recreation, provide community services, facilities, and resources that enrich lives and maximizes quality of life. And then 6 focus area was fiscal sustainability and operations, to provide high-quality services that are cost-efficient, fiscally responsible, and transparent. So within the packet and also in the PowerPoint presentation, these are broken out into the focus areas and public works in terms of transportation. So if we look on the side where it says goal A1, A1.1A, 1 through 1.1C, those were completed. And then 1.1D through 1.1E, we have active 1.1D was the next slide, and 1.1E with 75% completed. So if the council has any questions on those areas, we can stop at this point in time. We can discuss that.
Does council have questions on any of these items? I guess I would like a brief overview of the garage safety item.
Sure. So we have a security guard regularly patrolling the Civic Center and other properties, including the parking garage. The city and the Liberty High School collaborate to lock at the school gate adjacent to the garage to mitigate pickup time concerns. In addition, over the last 3 months, our police chief has updated enforcement through parking citations and also ensuring that because Liberty High School is a closed campus, that at 9 o'clock, our patrols come around and ask the kids if they are supposed to be on campus or if they are part of the continuation school. And so we've seen a significant reduction in terms of loitering in those areas. Chief, do you want to add anything to that?
We've also through our dispatch services, we have pre-planned extra patrols that are automatic for patrol staff as reminders to fall within, the priority 1, priority 2 calls. In addition to that, we've worked with the school district staff as well as our school resource officers taking more proactive steps in contacting these students that they are encountering at the park, and have taken it a step further and have actually made contact with parents to make them aware of the activities that are taking place. And to Mr. Duffy's point, we have seen a reduction over the last couple of months with the activities taking place there.
And Mayor, I also want to acknowledge the fact that the superintendent and the schools working very closely with us in this collaboration and sending letters out to the parents about dropping off their kids when their kids should be in school at a certain point in time.
Great. Thank you very much, both of you.
And I think, Alan, do you have anything to add for security concerns in the garage?
Nothing else to add. We are currently looking at adding signage to the top floor to prevent loitering and such activities. So that's one of the additional measures we're looking at currently.
Thank you.
Under Public Works, under SB 1383 Organics, as you can attest, the council has gone through this most recently with the solid waste operations, the outreach for compliance with SB 1383, and the biosolid pyrolysis system, and kind of adjusting our plan in those processes. Next slide. Water supply and reliability, as you can see, 1.2B talks about capacity and constraints, and capacity increases and also increasing our storage capacity for phase 4 for long-term strategy. And that goes to, one of the things we've been focusing on this year is what does it look like at build-out and what our capacity should be. So we're actually moving forward with that strategy. Next, we have the Public Works Rate Study, Strategic Initiatives, 1.2.C, Phase 1, 2023 Rate Study. There's some recent adjustment in that. Phase 2, Current Rate Plan, slight modification. Phase 3 is the next phase, is 2027 Rate Structure and Future Outlook. So we'll stop there and see if there are any questions regarding public work activities.
Any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Moving on to police services. So in 2.1, we have training did occur, and 2.2, we've moved some resources and added a senior community service officer as a part of that process. So we are making good progress in those areas. 2.3, senior youth and community engagement. With those that have completed, we've highlighted Neighborhood Watch, Triad Program, Senior Safety Fair, and the Brentwood Police Activities League. And 2.4, school and community events. School resource officers serve high schools, and youth liaison officers serve elementary and middle schools. Officers participate in town halls, National Night Out, Coffee with a Cop, Bicycle Rodeo, Unified Prom, Special Olympics, Tip a Cop, and Torch Run, and city-sponsored events and parades. So our police department has been very active in engagement with the community of all ages. Stop there if we have any questions, Council.
I do. On item 2.1, with the partnerships now with A3 and MHET, are they close enough that if something were in kind of a crisis mode, that they could respond quickly and actually help the way we would need them to?
So the A3, anytime, anyplace, anywhere, they have been very responsive. They are restricted to, unfortunately, business hours, regular business hours during the week. And I believe they do have some staff on the weekends. We rely on them quite frequently. And the mental health enforcement team is comprised of local agencies, and they are just as responsive as well when needed.
So MHET is also specifically around business hours and not weekends or evenings, or?
The mental health evaluation team is comprised of law enforcement and county resources. So there are officers that are cross-trained through MET. If they are on duty, they're available, depending on shift, but primarily it is during regular business hours.
Okay,
For both.
Thank you.
I have one question. Is there kind of a plan to have one assigned to each shift since there are law enforcement officers?
We currently do not have anybody cross-trained that's on the MET team. That's a county-wide team, but we do have a majority of our officers are cross-trained in the CIT, crisis intervention training.
Got it, thank you.
Moving on to economic development.
Can I ask a quick question about the police? The fifth beat, is that going to be a priority focus area at all?
Yes, it is, and it's actually one of the projects we put in for the next strategic planning
Okay,
program. Yes.
thank you.
And so I just want to be clear for that question. It is still a priority project, and it always has been. But as council is aware, we just haven't been able to get the numbers to be able to actually implement that. But certainly, the chief is trying new strategies, and we hope to get that done in the next cycle.
Yeah, and I think we're all open to anything you might need support-wise. I think we can have conversations about that, about what you might think would help you achieve that. So let us know.
Great. So in 3.1A, we continue to examine the liquidation of RDA properties and also city properties. And we will be bringing that back to the council in the future, kind of like a catalog of all of our properties. So we can determine, what do we potentially need at the city plan build out, and what properties that are RDA properties that we were required to liquidate that we may want to try to address in terms of keeping versus liquidating those assets. We'll bring that back to you in the future. 3.1B, we are conducting analysis. In 3.2A, we're defining what we want this area to look like in 2035 and proceed. So 3.2A is marketing and economic development programs. But with this particular area, this is our one true opportunity to really shape the future of Brentwood. So we are being very selective in the strategy and trying to develop what the maximum use is going to be for the city at this point in time. So as I said, we'll be bringing that back in part 2 on the further analysis. Any questions on economic development?
Do you mind just explaining for the public what the high-tier unique business development incentivized program that we have for economic development?
Yes. So in recent discussions with our partners, we had them do sort of an analysis of the market area for the city of Brentwood. And so things like, what is the average household income? About $150,000. What is the education level? Well, and that's, the future employers look for things of that nature. What's the traffic count? What's the housing job balance or imbalance? What is your transportation system? What does that look like? What is the housing ratio based on the transportation system? And if you make certain moves to create transportation hubs, what does that do, and how does that trigger your housing element in terms of it might have a negative impact of what you're actually trying to do, because by having a transit center, you could trigger more density in your area. So we're looking at all of those possibilities to determine what is the best component of what we need. And what we're finding in the area is that yes, we actually have the workforce that can lure organizations here, but our problem is we don't have enough. So it's the issue of we don't want to grow too much, but now we don't have enough of the workforce to be able to do that. So we have to try to find out, based upon the tier of people that are interested, in terms of, okay, so we might want to have let's say sort of like a Berkeley lab or Livermore lab, and we don't have enough resources for that, but we have to look at their pipeline and see what sections of their workforce can actually locate in our area, so that we have to pair ourselves with strategically aligning with instead of just a tech center, it could be a tech center and an engineering design firm for drones. It could be a tech center for agricultural science lab. It could be a micro lab for UC Davis or another affiliated campus that does ag science work. And so we're looking at all those possibilities to try to determine what's going to be the best fit for us, because if we have these constraints that we, our general plan says our build out is X number. And I think that as we move toward that, we have to try to do a balance of job, housing balance to get there, because we want to make Brentwood have the same quality of life in 2035 as we have today. So it's very important that we are selective in our land use decisions. And I can say at this point in time, we have the luxury to be selective because there's so many businesses that want to be a part of Brentwood. And so we have a really good opportunity to make that right choice to ensure that the partnership is a win-win for both the private sector and also for the citizens of Brentwood.
Thank you very much. Well, and I think that's important for us as a council to understand. We don't have to say yes to any business. And not saying yes to a business does not mean we're not business friendly. It's just, you wouldn't date every single person, so you're not going to take every single business. We've got to be picky, and we've got to make sure that anything we add is adding value and not actually detracting value from the quality of life in Brentwood.
Yeah. And it also is important too, is in terms of, we might like a business, but we might not like it in that location because of the potential impacts that it might have. So understanding that if you have a desired retailer and the retailer's working with a broker in a certain area, and we look at the traffic impacts of that, and we say, we'd love to have you, but not in that spot. And then we look at, when a business decides to locate in the community, it's based off of certain things. It's based off the number of rooftops that you have. It's based off of the average household income and the education level of a community. Now, they may have come in a particular location and said, wow, they've been recruited, they want to go here. And we say the ripple effect of that's just way too great, too much, too intense. And we have that case right now with a major retailer who has been trying to come in, but the numbers haven't been working out. And they keep coming back and asking, are you guys ready yet? Are you guys ready yet? So we're trying to find the right space for them to go to. And so it's good to be in this position where you don't have to accept everything, and you can look at the ripple effect and what's going to be a win-win partnership for everyone. So in community development, we have a 4.1, we see continued progress in these areas. And 4.2A, development implementation of plan for general plan, conservation and open space policies to minimize impact on the environment. That's an ongoing process. We've updates to the general plan element are included in the annual general plan implementation status update discussed below. Any questions in community development?
I think when it comes to development, when development comes forward and we know residents don't want it, I think it's important that we call out what bill they're exercising to force us to do it and who the assembly people and state reps were that pushed that bill forward. I think that we need full transparency because we keep voting in the same people that are doing the things we don't want them to do, and then they're mad at us about it. So I think we need to be more transparent about, stop pointing the finger at me, because it wasn't Alexis, it wasn't us that voted for it, it wasn't you all. It was Assembly Person XYZ, Senator XYZ. So I think if we could start including that, that would be helpful.
Are you talking about like in the agenda?
Yeah, and
That'd
the
be
staff
good.
report.
Yeah, I agree. That's not a bad.
Great. We'll move forward with that. So we'll make sure that we provide the historical background on why this item ended up where it is, and we can also point out the districts that voted in those areas, or that the sponsor of that legislation.
And also, you know, we have partners that sometimes are not good partners. And I'm going to bring up the fire department, right? The fire department continually supports doing more development. And we need to call, if they're sending in letters of support for these also, we need to know about that also, or whoever is, because our community needs to know who's supporting their point of view also. So sorry, I just thought about that real quick because that was a big vote of contention with some of the developments we've had in the past when it comes to they're paying CFDs to fund these departments, and then these departments are the ones that are stabbing us in the back, which doesn't feel right.
All right, we have 4.3A and 4.4. 4.3A is implement general plan implementation status updates every 2 years. We continue to do that. And 4.4A, update the city housing element, including an evaluation of the 2015 housing element, assessment of housing needs, resources, constraints, approval of updated regional housing need allocations, and adoption of housing goals, policies, and actions. So, and that was completed, the housing element was completed in early 2024, and several implementation actions were completed in 2025. Any questions?
It's not called builder's remedy anymore, but Alexis, do we, 4 years in, we have to be done 50% in each tier, affordability tier? And it's a bill, like, and if not, it kicks in like a builder's remedy. Is it SB 423 or something like that?
Oh,
I think maybe.
I won't remember the bill.
Have we heard any rumblings? Because we're getting pretty close. It's going to be next year.
So it won't have the exact impact that you're describing in terms of it. We still call it the builder's remedy colloquially. So we have to do a mid-cycle check-in. And no one, including us, are going to be meeting our RENA numbers mid-cycle. We'll probably meet above moderate, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But so no, it won't kick in any quote unquote penalties. So we have this base density that we're already at based on our population. And so in other communities, it may automatically increase their base density. So it's very complex, but basically the minimum density that you are supposed to allow in your community if you don't meet certain requirements. So our base density is 30 dwelling units an acre. So we're okay there because a lot of the innovation center and a lot of the land we have set aside, they're not priority sites, but a lot of the land that's available for development in our city will meet that base density in some way.
Okay.
Okay, so there are repercussions in other cities who have different circumstances than ours, but we know we are not going to be 50% in maybe any category except for above moderate, and maybe not even that because development's been a little slow the past couple of years. But if council wants more information on how that bill might impact the city, we can certainly bring that forward at another time, if you want sort of a check-in on that.
Yeah, and not soon, but probably closer to when it kicks in.
Well, it's probably fairly soon. I mean, we're already 2.5 years into the cycle.
Oh my God, it's already May.
Yeah.
That would be great, just so that the public also understands what could happen.
Yeah, we can certainly do an informational item if that's council's direction. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have park and recreations. 5.1 and 5.2 were completed. Short-term master plan projects and long-term master plan projects were completed. 5.3 is the cultural and performing arts. That is ongoing. That's an enhanced culture and performing arts opportunities for the community. And then 5.4, recreation programming and youth center, expand recreation programming for seniors, youth, teens, including adaptive recreation programs. And I think based upon our most recent action, we had the fabulous adaptive recreation program implemented at the senior center most recently. That's been completed. 5.4 adaptive recreation program has been completed for the city, and we have a full-time coordinator on board doing just that. Any questions on park and recreations?
Kind of more of a statement, actually. Just that the adaptive recreation programming has been something that was a goal and strategic plan for years and years and years. So I just feel like this is kind of a call out in general that this finally got done because people have been wanting it and asking for it and coming and speaking on this item for many years. Previous councils had this as a goal as well. So I feel really good about the fact that this happened finally and this work is being done.
And I was actually just so very impressed at that forum that you had at the senior center, where there was 45 vendors that were there providing all different types of services. So good job, Park and Recreation. All right, fiscal sustainability and operational management. So 6.1, 6.2A, and 6.2B were all completed. That was the citywide classification and compensation study. That was presented to the council on February 25th, 2025. The enhanced cybersecurity plan, where we identified our weaknesses and we're working to further secure our networks. And then the business 6.2B, business continuity plan, I'm sorry about that, and resiliency assessment. Any questions? So now we're moving into the future agenda items, and this is the list of items which we have been carrying for the last couple of years. What we have before you tonight is a list of 24 projects that we have been collecting since 2024. Now, there were more items that we actually completed, but of the 24 items that we have remaining, we have 15 of those items that are considered operational, which means they should be completed within the next 6 months. And then we have 9 of them that are tactical, which would be 6 months to 2 to 3 years. And so one of the questions that we have for the council is, based on the list that you have before you, is there any priority you want us to accelerate these items? And you'll see on the far right column under status, you'll see a T or O at the top, T being tactical. That is that 6 month to 2 year period, 2 or 3 year period. And then the 0 or the O is for operational, which means we are confident that within the next 6 months, we'll be able to deliver something to the council on those items.
Well, if we could move up the Creekside, I mean, I know there was a lot of issues the other night at the Creekside parks. They're still jumping the fences, they're still being loud. So I think we need to figure out what we're going to do there. We know other cities are shutting theirs down, but I think that's, I mean, I get so many calls on that. So I think if we could move that up and just make a decision, are we gonna shut it down before the new ones are built or not?
Okay, we'll bring a staff report. In terms of what is our strategy for any new pickleball course, and what is the wind down period for the existing course?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you tell what the OT and the letters mean?
Sure, I'm sorry. So O is operational. That means within 6 months, we will deliver something to the council. Tactical is 6 months to 2 years, 6 months to 3 years. That means the project requires probably more detail, more analysis, and maybe come back to the council in part 1, part 2. And then strategic is obviously the long-term 5-year, but I don't think we have any of these on the future agenda items.
Okay, thank you. It's the same breakdown that was in the staff reports.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have the Shady Willow Lane surplus land and the land behind Pioneer on the list. Should we roll those into when we're reviewing all the surplus land so you don't have 2 hanging items over here? So we can take those 2 off of this list and just incorporate it into that for streamlining purposes. And I think we need to talk about the tattoo parlor because we know that they're actively tattooing in there illegally right now. And I don't know how everyone else feels about what's going on with the tattoo parlor. I mean, they're posting videos, they're doing it when they're not supposed to be doing it. And if they can't follow the law right now, I don't know what would lead me to believe they would follow any rules later on.
Yeah. And I think that, Alexis, do you have any updates on that in terms of, are we okay for that discussion, Thomas, to have kind of provide an update?
I think there's still background work that we need to do in terms
Okay.
of research. Yeah.
And then I have one question about the hate speech review methods to restrict during public comments. I feel that should maybe go through the city attorney's office before it comes to the Debbie committee. Okay, thank you.
I'd be happy to do that. Yeah.
There was some question about that in terms of, we most recently presented something to the council, and I didn't know if that covered the hate speech component or it did not.
It did not.
Okay.
That was internally. This is more for the public comment on, like, in public forum, and how do we restrict
Okay.
public speech?
Initially, it came from the Zoom bombing that was happening.
Okay.
A question about, there was an item on here that was noted as complete, and it's actually just an ongoing. It is not necessarily a future agenda item because it's ongoing. Amanda, I know you emailed me about this, but I didn't have the chance to read your email. So the question was around the economic development updates, and it was noted as a one-off, but my goal with that item was to have quarterly economic development updates.
And I can respond. We noted it as complete because we've internally established it as a rolling report that comes quarterly with the transition of just leadership in general and in the economic development department. It's moved to a semi-annual, but Harold and I discussed that earlier this morning, and we'll make sure that it's brought back quarterly. It is on the newest 90-day calendar that you guys received on Friday. So it's listed for July, and then we can make sure it's quarterly after that.
Thank you.
And when it comes to the item for the PIO, I think there's some confusion on like PIO, Better and Brentwood, Weblative, like how it all works together or separately. Is there a way we can just have an informational meeting of like what they all are, what's coming out of the PIO budget, what's coming out of other budgets, and what the role of each one is? Because at least I'm a little confused as to who's doing what.
Sure.
And then what is, and then we can talk about the Better and Brentwood when that contract comes back up. Or I don't know if you want to have it before the contract comes up about exactly what the vision is for it. Because I feel like it's kind of changed a little bit in the last, and we've talked about this in the last 6 months. But I think maybe just an informational presentation on how all these things are working together. Is it worth having a PIO or not?
Okay, so we can certainly bring that back to the council to have that discussion. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was it for me on these.
I know there's been a lot of online discussion about the open space overlay related to the agricultural and recreational uses at Deer Ridge. Just mentioning that conversation is ongoing. But I see it's in progress, so if we can give the, that update, that should be appropriate.
What item was that, Mayor?
That was the review of open space overlay related to agricultural and recreational uses at Deer Ridge Golf Course. There's a ongoing conversations on some of the Facebook community pages
I see
about
it.
that.
It's okay, I see it here. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions on this part? Or?
Okay. Put on this list. What is the current policy? Council member has to request a future agenda item, and then we have to vote on having it become a future agenda item, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
So why am I looking at Planning Commission putting things on future agenda item requests when there's not a member of the council on the Planning Commission?
Yes, so we have discussed that internally with staff, and we will be clarifying that in terms of a planning commissioner or the commission itself has every right to make a suggestion but a suggestion is just a suggestion. They have to have someone from the council sponsor that to get put on your list, or the community development director would talk with the city manager, and the city manager can put that on the list, or as the council rules say, there's a process for the council, one or more council members to put something on the list, but you have a separate process for future agenda items, and that process is for the council and for the council only.
Okay, so in the future, all future agenda item requests will come from this council, not from the Planning Commission or the Arts Commission or Parks and Rec Commission or all the other commissions we have within the city. It will actually come from us or directly from you as a future item.
That's correct, sir. So as I said before, so the commission can make a recommendation, and we can note the recommendation, but it doesn't come to a vote to the council unless the city council, somebody says, I want to bring us the future agenda item, and the council votes to put it on the future agenda
So
item.
I watched the Planning Commission. I saw the discussion they had about requests regarding standards and methodology for vehicle miles traveled, and I agree with their consensus, and I would like to make that a future agenda item request. So it would have to come from one of us, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So that does bring up the discussion that we've had about the change in the onboarding process and ongoing training for commissioners.
Yes.
And I realize that's not necessarily a strategic agenda or item here, but I think it's a very good point as far as what Councilmember Orlemans is talking about. So if there is something that the Planning Commission would like one of us to consider bringing forward, can those be noted somewhere in a staff report if there is something that comes up? Just as it can be on consent, for example. And if we wanted to consider it a future agenda item, we could pull it.
Yeah, or I can report out through, for example, if the Planning Commission had something that they wanted, and Alexis told me that they were asking this question, I can report out through the city manager's contact that the Planning Commissioner had X, Y, and Z. And if one of the members of the council decide to pick that up and carry that, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask but as a city manager, you have the ability to put anything you want on the agenda as well.
Yes.
So you've heard us talk about VMT, right? We've talked about it ad nauseum up here. So I think that when I see this, I don't mind it because I feel like you wouldn't put it on the list also if you didn't feel like it was something. Like I feel like open space measure Q, we've talked a lot about, and because of Deer Ridge and the ag layout, overlay and all of that stuff. So I don't mind them being on here if you think they're worthwhile. Like I don't need it coming to us because half of the agenda items are because you want them on there. So I think that if you think it's worthwhile, that makes it worthwhile to be on the list as well.
Well, but the items that I put on there are based upon the direction I get from the council through previous discussions. For example, VMT, we had a presentation recently, and that came directly from a discussion the council had. So Alan and I worked very closely in order to bring that forward. I'm a bit old school. I have 5 bosses. If the council wants to give the Planning Commission a charge for the new year, and they focus on it, that's great. But I'm not going to put anything from the Planning Commission on to the council, future agenda item especially. Now, if I'm in consultation with the director and the director believes it's a good thing, but traditionally, I'm from the old school where the Planning Commission gets items that are in the process of review and they're carrying out their task. It's not traditionally where the Planning Commission pushes out requests, but they take in items and they review them. So it would be extremely rare that I would ever take planning commission direction and never put it on your future agenda item. I would just take it directly in consultation with the department head and bring it to the council.
So are these agenda items for them or are these agenda items for us? Are they wanting to understand this more? Because if they want to understand it, I don't mind
Right.
that they have agenda items for their own
Yeah, so,
commission.
so if I could clarify how
Okay.
and when it comes to council. So all the commissions, including the planning commission, have on their standard agenda, future agenda item requests, just like the same format as council.
Yeah.
So the planning commission, I can speak to the planning commission directly. They often have future agenda item requests that staff can respond to that council never hears about. So in the past, when we've brought it to council, it's because it is something that would require staff time and resources to respond to. So that's how a couple of these items got to council at the time. The city manager put them on the council's agenda to vote on whether council wanted staff to spend time and resources. So in the past, it's been elevated to council, not based on the merits of the request, whether I think it's a good idea or not.
Okay.
It's because it would require staff time and materials, and only council can direct us to do that, right? A commission cannot direct staff.
Well, that's actually, I'm sorry, Alexis, that's actually not correct. Because if the city manager determines that you shall look at that, you can do that.
Correct. I'm talking about these particular requests and how they got on the agenda when they did. That at the time, the city manager made the decision to elevate it to council on whether to direct staff to spend time and resources. I understand you're depending on future
My only
requests.
point is that the city manager, if he did that, abdicated his responsibility, because the city manager can determine whether that works or not. It doesn't have to, there's no reason for the city manager to punt that to the council to make that decision. That's all my point is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not
understand
saying whether
yes.
that was right or wrong. You asked how these got to the council to decide at the time. That's how those were elevated. Whether or not that's the right way to approach it, that's how these got on your future agenda item request, because of the staff time and materials aspect.
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So if I'm understanding it now correctly, they're asking to spend staff time and resources so that they can get a better report on vehicle miles traveled. It has nothing to do with council. They're just looking at the money to be spent, or do they want us to discuss and spend time, staff time and resources so you can report to us?
So every request is different. So this particular VMT request was for the city. They believe the city should spend resources and come up with additional information about VMT. So it wasn't just necessarily report back to them. It was for the entire city for this particular request.
And through the mayor, if I may, the way that they wound up on the list in general, it wouldn't be on this list at all if it hadn't come to council and if you hadn't, as a body, agreed for staff to spend time and resources on these items. I think that it being listed as planning commission, that was just for us to know, like, to backtrack to see how it was brought to the body in general, but once it was.
Something? I've been waiting patiently. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but when you get done, I'd like a chance to talk.
That's all I had.
I want to say a couple of things. One, we did not vote. You can go historically. VMT has come up, and you've raised it several times in conversation. There's never been a future agenda item request or brought by the city manager. It's just been placed on future agenda items. And the way that it was presented to us was that we were told that the planning commission had a future agenda, as if we were being told. This process that happened in the past by the former city manager made the planning commissioners de facto council members. So now we have a council of more members. And that example of you asking a question as what were they intending is why that former process doesn't work. The process that we have in place either provides the city manager an opportunity to put it on the agenda for him to give a staff report for it, or in the alternative for us to bring it back and us to have a discussion. So then you would understand, well, what is your intention by putting it on? But this process, that why this is here, the fact that you don't know, and it's been on here since September 24th, 2024, is a prime example of why this process should not have happened. Doesn't mean that what they're asking is not good questions. It doesn't mean that they're not relevant. These topics, you're correct, have come up several times. But I do really appreciate the city manager's perspective of the mayor gives him the opportunity to give us an update. And that would have possibly followed a planning commission meeting in which he can say, at the meeting, here are things that were raised, so that we as a council, by the end of the night, can bring it back and say, I'd like, based on this, to bring a future agenda item request. Or because it's within that time period, we can then also say, I want to pull this item so we can have a further discussion. And that makes it cleaner, more efficient, and it also makes the space where we as 5 council members who've been elected by not appointed, right, by a council, it makes a clean record, in my opinion.
So my question is, are we keeping these on here? Like, I would like to keep the VMT on here. And, you know, we said it the other day, we could come up, I mean, there is a VMT for our city. Why can't we just use that? So I'd like to keep that on here. And I think Measure Q, like the mayor said, a lot of people are still wondering what's going on with Measure Q. So can we keep those things on here, or does it have to come back? Because they're on the list.
Although the list does separate the Deer Ridge overlay with Measure Q, and
And I think we should put those
yeah,
together.
they could be
Yeah, that could
combined.
become one.
So I think Harold can put it back on for us to actually have a discussion. I mean, it's staying in process, so there's already been work. Also, I think this cleaner process makes a situation where we're not using staff time, that the planning commission is not using the resources of staff time and the city's money, where we make a determination, because usually when you put it on the agenda, or we put it on, we give the direction to give staff time, attention, funds towards it. So for these two, I think they've been brought up in so many categories, even in mine that I recently brought. The VMT, very well, it's a lot of overlap here. The engineering standards, we could talk about the methodology for VMT and the standards all in that one thing. So it's possible
Those
to.
are very different things.
Still can.
I would like to keep those, because VMT
But
is.
if I can finish really fast, I hear you.
Yeah.
But there are so much overlap that it can come back in an overlap, on other ones. But additionally, I think to keep our records clean, because I know we did not vote on these. I have no problem with bringing them back. I think we should do it clean. So Harold knows now from this council that this is what we want to hear. It's just next agenda, put it on the next agenda. And it doesn't sound like it's going to come back by next agenda anyway. So if he puts it on the next agenda, or someone makes a future agenda item request, it'll be on the next council meeting.
But isn't that what we're here? Can't we just do that now? I don't understand. Why can't we just do that now?
Yeah, well, I would think, I would recommend this, is that because we're talking about the council's future agenda items, and anything on the council agenda items should be placed on by the council. We should make that very clear. And so if we need to bring back the items as a future agenda item for you guys to vote on, we can do that. Now, the VMT is something that the council's already discussed. And so Alan and I have been working on that already, and we're bringing something back in the near future, not because of the planning commission, because the council wants that particular item. Measure Q, I know that that's an important component. We haven't had any general discussions on that in terms of as a future agenda item, but we can certainly bring that back too. I mean, it's really up to the council, but my preference is that anything on the council's future agenda item is voted on by the council and put on the agenda item. The VMT is a separate discussion because we've already had that discussion. We had the county here the other day with a presentation. The county offered for us to be able to help us get our own VMT. So we're far along in that process.
Could we then, when someone makes a motion, could we say that we are amending the planning commission items to city council items and include and approve everything as is with that exception?
We're just making a few adjustments, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can.
Yes, you can do that. Yes.
Okay.
So when planning commission has a future agenda item, can it just come to our next meeting as a future agenda item? And then we discuss it at that point? Yeah, I just think it's like, so are you, if the planning commission makes an agenda item, are you going to send it to all of us? How does that work?
We were talking about Harold actually bringing that up
So you'll
during
bring
his.
it back to us on the next meeting?
Yeah, like on
That's
the
what I'm saying.
informational,
Yeah.
for example, and then we can say at that point, I would like to make that a future agenda item tonight,
Yeah.
because the information comes before.
So what I can do is I can fashion it under a report from the commissions. And then I can say the commission requested X, Y, and Z. And you can say, oh yeah, bring that back, or say nothing at all and it won't come back.
Okay.
That works. Thank you.
All right. And we were going through the list, and I don't know if we gotten everybody an opportunity to actually comment on the future agenda. And I think we got some direction to clear some of the items, but I'm not sure if we were complete yet.
I'm sorry, what? Can you repeat that, please?
I wasn't sure if we had completed going through the list of 24 items.
Got it,
And so,
okay. So were there any other questions about any other items on the list? Oh, I guess we are complete. Thank you.
all right. So if we can, if we can now jump back to let's keep going forward. Well, continue. Next steps. Okay, great. So we're trying to have another strategic planning workshop, but we're having a difficult time in terms of getting the council together to have that part two. As the council's aware, I gave the council a binder of 104 projects that are priority projects. And so what we want to do next, we want to take our existing list and fold it into that 104 projects and put them in the 6 categories and see if the council is okay with those projects, or are we missing something for our next phase of the strategic plan. And I can say the good thing is that there are at least maybe 15 of the 104 projects that we've actually already knocked off or in progress on. But there are also some things on the strategic planning process that includes things like Measure X and Measure J, long-term strategies that I think that the council will want to look at in terms of how we position ourselves for the future with external funding and resources. So we will continue to move forward with trying to schedule that next workshop. And when we report out on the next workshop, the agenda will include those 104 projects. And each one of those projects has a project sheet. And that project sheet, I try to identify resources, time frame for delivery of the project, and a deliverable. And so I would encourage the council to look at those project sheets, and I'll meet with the council individually to make sure that you're comfortable with those sheets before they're actually released as part of the agenda item. And that concludes part 1.
Why, thank you. Is there are any other questions before we move into public comments? Okay, thank you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. I have no cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Any further council discussion or a motion? Yes,
Thank you.
that's a lot. So do we have a motion then?
I make a motion to move forward with the strategic plan workshop items with the changes noted. So combining all of the land use items, PIO talking about, all of the different aspects of communication, making sure that we have a more streamlined process with the planning commission future agenda items. Was there anything else?
The Measure Q and
Combining Measure
the Deer
Q and
Ridge
Deer Ridge
overlay. Mhm.
overlay.
And the hate speech to go to the city attorney's office before it goes to
And the hate
Deputy
speech
Committee.
going to the attorney's office before it comes to the committee.
And a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. Great work. Okay, at this point, we can adjourn this meeting.
So
I'll make
moved.
the motion to adjourn. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We have a first and a second. We'll go with that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned for this special meeting. We'll be back at 7 o'clock. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular City Council meeting for May 12th, 2026. We have a quorum, so we can begin. Please roll call, Amanda.
Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have two presentations. The first one is Ramsey Awad, Vice President of Foundation Practice Operations with John Muir Health, will provide a presentation on the Brentwood Outpatient Center.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to present today. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council members. My name is Ramsey Awad. I'm Vice President of Practice Operations with John Muir Health. I am a physician. I'm international physician. I don't practice because I don't have a license here in California. So I devoted the last 15 years to healthcare administration. My family and I have lived here in this community for 12 years. Most of our friends and our family live here in Brentwood. My boys were born at John Muir Hospital in Walnut Creek. We are recipients of care from John Muir Hospital for the last almost 2 decades. I say all of this to say I am personally invested in Brentwood and the mission of John Muir Health. Next slide, please. All right. So I want to spend the following 10 minutes to go over the commitment and the connection between John Muir Health and Brentwood and the East County. I want to go over the investments we have made into serving this community. Then I want to close with a commitment to continue to provide the highest quality care to our community here next to our homes. All right. So John Muir Health is the only community health here in Contra Costa where we don't have a corporate office outside of the county. That means every dollar we bring in revenue, we turn around and we reinvest it into our community. Our care that we provide to the community is 100% unbiased by patient insurance or their ability to pay. In fact, 1 in 4 residents here in our community receive care from one of our facilities. Every year, we serve about 340,000 community members. We have about 1,200 physicians affiliated with John Muir Health. For the last 40 years, we have the only trauma center in the county, and we make an investment in medical patients of about $200 million every year. And we call it investment, we don't call it a loss, because again, it's consistent with our mission and our reason of existing here in the county. This is a map that shows the East County. Every single red dot on this map represents a patient that we care for. You can definitely see the size share of Brentwood on this map. Right. We have served this community since 2005. In fact, we celebrated our 20th anniversary last year. A few years ago, we made an investment of $25 million to update our facility in Brentwood on Balfour Road. Currently, we have about 40 providers of multi-specialties co-located with primary care. The investment we made allowed us to increase the number of exam rooms and procedure rooms It also allowed us to expand pediatric services and urgent care services. This slide shows the services we provide here to Brentwood. We provide primary care services that includes adult and pediatric services. We also provide multi-specialties, starting with endocrinology, women's health, oncology, rheumatology, surgery, and urology. We also provide cardiovascular services. In fact, our hospital center in Concord is the center of excellence when it comes to cardiology. It's something that we take immense pride of. We also provide urgent care services 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So we are open during all holidays throughout the year. And it's just our way to show our commitment to provide patient care for our patients throughout the year. We also provide laboratory services and multi-modalities of imaging services. This is our mobile care clinic. It's staffed by our family medicine residency program. We provide free care to low-income members of our community, focused on uninsured and underinsured patients. In fact, 99% of our patients through the mobile care clinic are uninsured. It's a free care that covers also the homeless. We provide primary care services, non-emergency care, women's health, physical exams, and health education. This coming Saturday, we will be celebrating our 25th anniversary of our mobile care clinic. All right, so we covered who we are and our investment in this community. I want to take a few minutes to cover the challenges that we are faced today. These challenges are not unique to John Muir Health. These are severe, significant challenges, unprecedented, that face all healthcare industry across the nation. The biggest challenge that we face is the unfunded state seismic safety mandates. Although most of the buildings, most of the facilities within John Muir Health meet the safety requirements for earthquake, a big portion of our Concord Hospital does not. That means by 2030, we need to demolish that part of the hospital and completely rebuild it from the beginning to meet that mandate. The cost of this project exceeds $2 billion. That's $2 billion with a B. I believe that the biggest challenge under this mandate is not just the cost to build the building, it's the effect of this mandate on other health systems. It is expected that 40% of all hospitals in California may shut their doors because they can't afford to meet the requirements. Then what happens when they shut their services? Most of those patients will shift to other health systems like ours. So that's going to increase the demand on our services that is already challenged. We continue to be challenged by Medicare and Medicaid losses due to underfunding. We are preparing, like all other health systems, to deal with the effect of the big, beautiful bill over the coming couple of years. The new bill actually has a devastating cuts to our safety net. In general, affordability of health care is one of our biggest challenges today. One of the most recent challenges that we are faced with is the acute psychiatric hospital emergency staffing order. Based on this order by the governor, we will need to increase our staffing to support our patients in the hospital. We are required to hire about 38 psychiatric nurses by June 1st. That's in 3 weeks from now or less. The cost of this mandate is around $5 to $6 million a year. Those are unfunded expenses that we need to deal with. Oftentimes we get asked about John Muir Health plans to build a hospital here in Brentwood. We also get asked about the surgery center that we have in our clinic. When are we going to open it? Regarding the hospital, we already have the land next to our clinic on Balfour Road. To build the hospital, the cost to build that hospital will exceed $1 billion. Again, it's $1 billion with the B. Given all the challenges we're dealing with today, we can't afford to safely build the hospital today. Again, Brentwood is identified as one of our largest and fastest growing community. So we are focused to grow with the community. However, we are not ready yet to build the hospital. Regarding the surgery center, we have the surgery center ready to open, but we don't have enough cases from our practices to successfully and effectively open the surgery center. Being said, we have a very strong strategic plan to expand our services in our clinics. So over the coming few months to couple of years, we are going to hire about 6 to 8 primary care providers. We are also going to increase our specialists by about 10 specialists. So we currently have about 40 providers in the clinic, and we plan to add about 20 more. We believe that that's going to increase the number of surgical cases to a level that will allow us to safely open the surgery center. So it's a priority for us, and our president and CEO, Mike Thomas, is aware of the opportunity, and he identifies Brentwood as, again, as our largest and most fastest growing community. We all see the growth of Brentwood, the houses that we are building today, the number of migration that is happening today. We're seeing it in front of our eyes, migrating from the peninsula and from other states to our community here that we love and we cherish. So we are committed to grow with the community. Now, going through all these challenges, these are significant and scary challenges. These are big dollar amounts that can threaten any health system that exists today nationwide. I want to reassure this council that John Muir Health's financials are very strong. Our balance sheet is really strong. We have enough cash on hand to run our operations under the most stressful conditions, probably for several years. So we are here to stay, and we are here to continue to provide care for our communities. It's a matter of prioritizing our focus, and during these challenging times, clear vision becomes extremely important and critical. A couple of years ago, our board of directors approved a very strong strategic plan presented by our CEO and president, Mike Thomas. The plan focuses on decreasing cost on the system through increasing efficiency and smart growth in different regions. Brentwood is one of the on the top of the list to grow into. In 2023, our system lost about $85 million. With the strategic plan that was approved by the board and the margin recovery plans that we implemented then, 2025 ended with a $45 million positive margin. That's about $130 million swing from a loss to a gain. So we are confident that our system is here to last and to continue to provide the highest quality of care to our community. So I want to end again by reassuring this council that Brentwood is on the top of our top priorities to focus on providing the highest quality care for our community. And we are here to stay. And my hope is I picked my kids from our John Muir Hospital as newborn about 16 years ago. And I'm hoping that my kids will pick their children or their babies from a John Muir Hospital in Brentwood in the soon future. I may have exceeded the 10 minutes you allowed me. Thank you very much for inviting me. We will need all the help we can get from our community members. So I really appreciate you inviting us today. Thank you very much for your partnership and for your continuous support.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
No, I just want to say thank you for your investment in Brentwood and your continued commitment for the people out here. I see all of the hard work that you do, and I too hope that one day we will have a hospital. And thank you for your mobile clinic. You help a lot of people out in the village, and they greatly appreciate it. I know a lot of them personally who use it, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to echo that. Thank you so much for being here and being a partner in our community, a collaborative partner even. I do have a couple of questions. Is there ever maybe a talk or partnership with UCSF Children's Hospital in the Brentwood branch?
We already have a clinic that is staffed by UCSF Pediatrics.
In Walnut
by
Creek?
Stanford Pediatrics
In Walnut Creek or here?
in Brentwood.
Oh, okay. I
Yes.
love that. Okay.
From Stanford, I'm sorry, Stanford, not
Stanford.
UCSF.
Okay.
Yes. Those
Thank
are
you.
subspecialties that are really rare, and we are committed to continue to provide them the space for our community.
I love that. Thank you. And then if there was ever any opportunities for grants pertaining to the city of Brentwood, please reach out to us. We'd love to support you with letters of support or whatnot. So please let us know.
Really appreciate that. I may have to take you up to that one. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
And
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I did have one question. Thank you for your presentation. Love when we have our community partners come give more information to our residents. The mayor and I did a tour of the Brentwood facility. I also did a tour of the Concord facility. There was talks of transformation at the Brentwood facility with more of a women's health focus. Is that still the intention?
I have been working on that for 6 months, and we are really close to finalize that and start bringing more women health specialists. So we currently have one provider, and I'm hoping to increase that significantly over the coming few months.
Thank you for that.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramsey. Thank you,
Really
Sharon.
appreciate your time. Thank you.
Moving into our second presentation, Terrence Davis, Assistant City Manager, will present an introduction of new employees.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. For the record, my name is Terrence Davis, Assistant City Manager. And so I'm going to do my best today to introduce these 4 new employees that we have, and they are in the audience. And we're going to try something a little different with a video. So they're the stars of their own movie. And then I'll allow them to stand up after that movie plays. But I think, as you've seen in Sakari, our HR directors talked about this. We really want to welcome people to the organization the same way that we have folks retire after years of service. So in recent meetings, we've seen some retirees, and it's great to welcome these 4 new teammates to Brentwood. So with that, I'll let the video speak for itself.
The following personnel are newly hired police department employees. Our first employee is Gabrielle Ballou. She is a police dispatcher 1. She started May 4th of this year. She comes to the city with previous experience working in the fast-paced environments of surgical centers and real estate, where she held positions ranging from exchange coordinator to senior exchange manager, office manager, compliance champion, and accounts payable processor. Fun fact about Gabrielle is she ran her first marathon at the age 45. Our second employee is Darian Huntsey. She's a police dispatcher 1. She also started May 4th, 2026. She comes to the city with previous experience working in the fast-paced environment of surgical centers, where she held positions ranging from assistant to technician to supervisor. Fun fact about Darian is she grows a variety of different flowers that she uses to make floral arrangements.
Devonio Bills graduated from UC Merced with a degree in environmental science. He has over 7 years of experience in the wastewater industry and has also conducted international marine research. Devania was originally from Oakland, California, and spends the majority of his free time on creative projects and training youth athletes. Fun fact, in college, Devania composed music and performed at 6 different universities.
I would like to introduce Cecilia Martinez, our newest team member in Finance and Information Systems. Cecilia fills our vacant accounting technician position in the Utility Billing Division. She comes to the city with previous financial experience in the positions of Senior Accountant, Staff Accountant, and Accounts Payable Manager. 2 fun facts about Cecilia. First, she can write with both hands, and second, and more importantly, she enjoys Excel so much that she looks forward to watching Microsoft's Excel World Championship every year.
So if I can, if you're able, for our 4 new team members, if you'd like to stand up and just be acknowledged, please do so. And Mayor, I do want to acknowledge and thank the department heads for their excellent narration. So I think you picked up those voices. So thank you for that as well. So with that, that concludes that portion.
Thank you, Terrence. I approve of the new model. Welcome, everyone, to the Brentwood team. We're so happy that you've joined us. Thank you. Moving into public comments. Amanda, how many cards do we have at this point?
I have 8 speaker cards in person.
Okay. The public comment time for tonight's items will be 4 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. In addition, in order to maintain decorum and ensure that no one's sight is obstructed, public commenters are reminded not to approach the dais. Thank you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not listed on the agenda, items listed under informational reports, consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, and new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 4 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. First speaker I have is Becky, followed by Paul, followed by Rudy.
I'm sure you guys have heard that my mom's inquest has been accepted. No thanks to any of you. I just wanted to express my deepest disappointment in you guys in how her situation was handled, how the lack of compassion and empathy and just any type of condolences to our family not being there at all. It feels like we didn't get any help from you guys. God forbid something happens to another family in the community like that, because if it's anything like us, they're not going to have any help from you guys. But they do have an ally in me and my family now. My mom's birthday is on Saturday. She would have been 73. Her mother passed away at 99. And I was foolish for thinking I had that long with her. But your officers took that away from us, Ogrodnik. Just know that it's been a tough week with no mother on Mother's Day and her birthday coming up. And just, we're so disappointed, and that's what I have for you tonight.
I believe that most elderly people wish that when they die, that they die in their own home, in their own bed, with their loving family around, stroking their foreheads, whispering their love for them, holding their hands, and just being there for them. I believe that's what most elderly people would like. That's what me and my wife talked about when my mom was put in hospice. She liked the way everybody, all her sons and daughters were there to love her, to stroke her, like I was saying, and to hold her hand. We all took turns. My wife said, "Whoa, man, that was beautiful, hon." I said, "Yeah, it is." She had five sons, 5 daughters, all there. My wife was not afforded that. She died in the back of a police car, choking on her vomit, brutalized the last half hour of her life. And it comes to find out that it was over a broken coffee cup. A broken coffee cup, $12. And she gets brutalized by that, gets left in the back of the police cruiser to choke and die. Before she did, she asked for a cup of water, just to quench her thirst. What does the officer say? Peachman say, "You'll get your water when you go to jail, when you get booked." And then he's still allowed to work. How? Why? You kill somebody, an elderly woman, 72 years old? Leave my kids without a mother, my grandkids without a grandmother? That would be like one of you dying. Not dying, brutalized. And yet, Mother's Day, I'm sure you guys bought the flowers for your wife, candy, whispered love you to her. I'm sure probably you guys were probably thinking, "Oh man, poor Rudy, he's without his wife. Man, that's so sad." I'm sure that's what you guys were thinking. And it's like my daughter says, your disappointment, I don't understand it. You're supposed to serve your constituents. Good thing that we had a second autopsy. You guys would have covered this up in lickety-split. It went from natural causes to blunt force trauma to the head and to the body. Cracked her skull at the base of her skull. And yet they're allowed to work. And what happens? The female officer, she ends up rear-ending another person. She's distracted. She's causing another lawsuit to the city. All under his watch. Disappointment. And Mr. Smith got thrown into this. Had nothing to do with it. I don't know if he's continuing with the same policies as the last one, who just sat there and looked at her cell phone. Didn't even care. Didn't even care that we knew that she didn't care. Man, you guys are sad. It's just, and I hope that if you try and get the permanent position, I don't know what I can, but I will do what I can.
The speaker's timer has expired.
Last month would have been my mom and dad's 50th wedding anniversary. It was a devastating day for my dad because my mom isn't here anymore. She was taken from us by Brentwood police officers Aaron Peachman and Danielle Chia. Recently, the Brentwood Police Department put out a post for Mother's Day praising the incredible mothers in our community. That was extremely hard for me to see because my mother isn't here to be honored because of your officers. We sent formal requests for a coroner's inquest to the city attorney, Thomas Lloyd Smith, and police chief, Walter Ogrodnik. We didn't get a reply. We didn't even get we received your email, nothing. When we met with the DA and told her about those requests, she asked us, did they reply? The fact that she had to ask tells me everything I need to know. The city and the police department did nothing until the DA stepped in and pushed for that inquest herself. Only then did the city put out a statement claiming they are committed to transparency. Transparency isn't a PR statement you release when your hand is forced. Accountability isn't ignoring a grieving family for months. This city council has done nothing for us. We have spoken, we have requested, and it has all fallen on deaf ears. The DA made us feel heard. You only have made us feel ignored.
Amen. On November 12th was the first time the family here with the city council. And as a retired federal investigator with the U.S. Department of Labor Wage Hour Division, when I heard the steps that were lacking, I told the city council, as I pointed to Wazinski, I told you, she's going to get you in trouble. And you could see that. If you want to see that, go back and check out the city council meeting of that night. Where is Wazinski? She ran, right? She ran out of here. And so when you talk about not even responding, not even showing any care, and you put out in the media that the totality of the facts satisfied the city of Brentwood. The chief of police signed off on it, who in my opinion is an empty suit. As the interim chief of police, he does not deserve consideration. And so what happened? You did nothing. So the family, Justice for Yolanda movement, carried on. Second autopsy, cause of death, homicide. The district attorney's office is conducting a criminal investigation of air impeachment and the Brentwood Police Department. There is now a coroner's inquest that will take place on July 15th. Where were you? Where were you, Chief? Where were you? You were nowhere. And I think that probably whether it was the city attorney or maybe you collectively thinking, I was this old Mexican lady, don't worry about it. And you stand with their impeachment, who leads the police department as a president of the union. And when we forced you to show the footage, what did Wazinski do? We didn't see the video, the footage at the city hall or at the police department. She sent us out to Sunset Road in a maintenance yard right next to the sewage and water treatment plant. Chief, your interim chief of police, showing the video, my brother had to stand up and tell him, will you quit chewing gum? He was chewing gum while they watched their mother brutalized and killed by your officer. So on Mother's Day, I know each and every one of you remember those words, the precious words about your mother? You, and you, the women of the city council, are failures. You're not example for women leaders. The complete opposite. I'm ashamed of you, and especially the women of color. Because I bet you gave a big abrazo to your mother, to your grandmother. And she in turn said, tengo mucho orgullo, I'm very proud of you. You have not only brought shame upon yourself, but you have brought shame upon your mother and your grandmothers. Think about that. You don't know the taste, not one bit of what the family has gone through.
The next speaker is Cynthiana, followed by Tracy, followed by Danny.
Good evening. I sent a couple of emails, one on Friday, one on Saturday, about the increased homeless presence in District 2. As always, I can count on Interim Chief Ogrodnik. I'm very grateful for the homeless liaison who gave me an update today about the situation. However, I cannot count on you, Tony. I cannot count on you, Faye. I cannot count on you, Miss P. And I cannot count on you, Harold. Shame on all four of you. It is alarming because you, Tony, Faye, and Miss P campaign on promise of public safety and stronger neighborhood protection. And Brentwood continues to struggle with police staffing shortages, and it's a failure to hire for fifth beat. We can all recognize that the enforcement resources have not kept pace with city growth. I mean, we cannot even kick out the homeless guy from downtown. It is all over TV these days that it's illegal to camp on sidewalks in California, yet we allowed this guy to sleep and litter our downtown, and not sure what's going on, but I am sure about that. I don't want to see this happening in downtown Brentwood. I'm sorry to say it seems, and I feel like nobody cares at City Hall. Would have been nice to hear from all of you city officials a reassurance that homeless problem in Brentwood is under control. We are prepared and have resources to tackle anything of this nature coming our way, especially with the East County Service Center, which some of you wholeheartedly, four of you that I just mentioned, wholeheartedly support, given your allegiance to county officials. It would have been nice to hear that you have Brentwood's community safety in mind day in and day out, and will not let this center negatively impact our quality of life. But no, all I got is deafening silence from you, all four of you, and would have been also nice to hear, at least from the representative of District 2, where all this mess happened. But no, this councilwoman chooses to complain that she's not paid for her council work. Why should we pay you when you don't even open your email? Well, you claim you don't have access to your email, which turned out to be a big fat lie, yet you conduct personal business on your city email. Also, you don't bother to show up for meeting or be prepared for that matter. All you care about is to get Cadillac medical insurance for very little money for all your family. We had specimens like you before, named Rodriguez, Claudette, Bryant. Last city council meeting, the agenda was fairly light. Would have been nice to take time to discuss public safety instead of prancing back and forth all night. You could have discussed police staffing as opposed to using the entire time parading feel-good proclamation that don't mean anything for when, homeless people poop and go in stores and, possibly molest people on the streets. Anyway, back to the city manager, not managing very well so far. Failed to timely answer emails, not just mine. I heard this from other residents. I see municipal code and littering, political signs, signage not conforming with Brentwood Municipal Code, littering our city.
The speaker's timer has expired. Tracy?
Well, hello. I want to start off with, I put in a records request for some material, and it was hard to narrow down the date. So what I'm interested in getting is, I know Faye and Patnisha both admitted, I think on February 10, that they had meetings with Diane Burgess regarding the Community Service Center. And for the life of me, I don't know anything about it. I'm unable to find anything about it. what was said at the meeting, what days the meeting were, what emails were associated with those individual meetings. I would like to have whatever information there is, because there's got to be something. And I would like to know the date that you had these meetings, so I can follow up with Amanda on that records request. Also, getting back to what Cinziana was saying about the police, I know it's hard to hire extra police, but I do feel it is imperative that we get this lined up and ready to go before this building comes. It is just imperative, and I think we all know why. Also, too, I emailed, and now I forget what it was. I've sent so many emails, but I did send an email to, I think, Harold and the city council, asking if the city was going to write a letter to, and I'm drawing a blank, but it was it was regarding the tax measure, and that the cities were putting letters of opposition in for this new tax measure. I sent an email. I just thought of it now that I'm up here, but it had to do with the city writing a letter not supporting further increases in taxes. And there has been a few cities that actually have sent that in to whoever. I had all the information in email, but maybe Harold can follow up on that, my email. It was a little bit ago. And so I think that is it off the top of my head, but I am interested in all the data you have regarding your meetings with Diane over this building, which is going to need more police. Thank you.
The last two cards I have is Danny, followed by Lakeisha.
I miss Cinziana. She hasn't been here in a while. Doggone it. Well, looks like I may have to freestyle. There it is. Antioch School District recently held a meeting, and it was brought to the public's attention that they have 4 lawyers on standby. It got me thinking, how many do we have on standby? I think that's a fair question. Would love to know why we have whatever number we have. I suspect there's at least 2, one, of course, being Sino. That's the ongoing one. But I would be curious to know, because the Antioch School District danced around trying to answer that question. And then the subsequent, how much are we paying? The other question is the status of our underground transformers. I mean, it's been over 2 years since PG&E gave the old, it's a supply issue. With Sino building homes now, I'm afraid PG&E might have forgotten what we wanted: safe underground transformers. As a reminder to you and the public, transformers are used to convert very high voltage to appropriate homes and businesses. For you young kids, once upon a time, there were these things called telephone poles. And on the top of those telephone poles were big gray barrel-looking things. And those were transformers. And if you Google exploding transformer on telephone poles, well, maybe not Google, but YouTube, you'll see plenty of examples of how dangerous these things are. And that hasn't changed. It's just now they're on the streets. Newer homes will recognize it as those big, green, nasty things that are usually sitting on somebody's property, and they go, why? But those are transformers. We were supposed to have those underground. Now, as I said, 2 years ago, PG&E said, oh, we don't have it, it's a supply issue. I think that needs to be revisited. For those who don't know, even the above ground ones, we had a guy here the night I brought it up. He ran into one. It blew up. Luckily, he wasn't hurt, but it took out a gang of homes. No power for days. These are accidents waiting to happen. Somebody talked about putting up fencing. That doesn't do any good. If you go to Costco or drive around and you see these big green boxes with these pillars in front, those are transformers. The reason those pillars are there are not just to keep a car from hitting it, but also the explosive power that can occur if it explodes. And I saw that firsthand once upon a time. And the doors blew off. Could have killed somebody. I think we need to revisit it and remind PG&E of what it is that we asked for. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am back here tonight to do what your predecessors did not, protect the families living against the Winco loading dock. For 2.5 years, we have been dismissed and met with silence. The decision to approve this development on Chandler Drive with a residential boundary built approximately 15 feet from the Winco loading dock was made by your predecessors in 2017, before any of you sat in those seats today. I am not here to ask you to defend that decision. I'm here to ask you to address its consequences. Tonight, I want this council to understand what these decisions have cost, not in abstract, the real human impact. My partner and I purchased our home in the summer of 2023, a 5-bedroom home to start and raise a family in. Within days of moving in, the sleep deprivation set in. This was our life for 2.5 years. In March of 2024, I lost my first pregnancy. I went to the developer sales office, sleep deprived and grieving. I asked for any way out, a different lot, a relocation to the other communities. I was desperate. I was met with silence. In the months that followed, I suffered additional pregnancy losses. We pursued IVF. Those rounds also failed. I cannot prove from this podium that these conditions caused these losses. What I can tell you is that the World Health Organization documents the relationship between chronic sleep deprivation and reproductive health. What I can tell you is that the home we bought to start a family in instead became the place where we lost ours. I'm not here for your sympathy tonight. I am here to put on the record the real cost the decisions that are made in this very chamber have on real people like me. I began filing formal complaints with the city in the fall of 2023. Each and every one was dismissed. The city did not act until January of 2026. And only after I provided the 2016 acoustical study and presented it back to the city in writing, that study had been in the city's own possession since 2017. The city had the evidence the entire time and did not act on it. Only after that escalation did the city require Winco to move the deliveries to daytime. We are grateful, but it did address some of the noise at night. The loading dock continues to operate during the day. The tremors continue, the backup alarms continue, and none of this addresses what we're breathing every single day. California also advises commercial truck handling facilities should not operate within 1,000 feet of residential homes. Our home sits 15 feet from that dock. The diesel exhaust from those trucks is classified as a Group 1 human carcinogen, the highest category. These carcinogens bypass all filtration systems. This is in our homes 24 hours a day for 2.5 years. I have 2 asks tonight. First, relocate that loading dock. Commit on the record to the relocation of the Winco loading dock and trash chute infrastructure to the commercial side of the Winco property. I understand this is complex. I have been raising this request in writing since January of 2026. It has now been 4 months. The city has been silent. That silence has to end tonight. Second, commission an independent air quality and health risk assessment at the residential boundary. Bay Area Air District has formally referred this back to the city. I am asking that you act tonight, and I'm asking something in writing within 2 weeks.
I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you, Amanda. We are going to move informational reports to the end of the meeting just before the consideration of future agenda items. And we'll move on to item F, which is the consent calendar. We have a request for a short break. We'll be back in 4 minutes, 5 minutes. We're going to reconvene from our break. We're on the consent calendar. I would like to pull item F8, and item F2 is a proclamation that will be read after the vote. Any other items to be pulled for discussion? Okay. Do we have a motion on the remaining items?
I make a motion to approve the remaining items.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we will start with, actually, we'll start with F8. Actually, you know what? Let's do the proclamation. Let's do that first. Okay. Gary Skim, Water Distribution Supervisor, who is approaching 16 years with the city, was received for National Public Works Week. Okay, hopefully it says it. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start with making a correction. This is being presented to Gary Skim, Water Distribution Supervisor. Gary was hired in 1996 and has been with the city for 30 years. That's a lot of time. Congratulations. When Gary started working for the city, there were only 13,000 residents in Brentwood. Gary was one of only 14 Public Works employees. Today, the Public Works Department has 103 employees. Gary has spent his entire career working on the city's drinking water system. When he first started, employees had to walk every residential street in town and manually record the water meter readings for the utility bills. Today, the water system is automated, and the water meters send radio signals to a computer that can track water usage automatically. Gary's years of hard work embodies the spirit of Public Works, and his service and dedication is a tribute to the many Public Works professionals throughout the nation and their contributions to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. So we'll start with the whereases. You ready? Whereas Public Works professionals are the backbone of our community, quietly ensuring that Brentwood's essential infrastructure remains safe and reliable. And whereas through innovation and teamwork, Brentwood's Public Works Department enhances quality of life, protects public health, and helps sustain our growth for future generations. And whereas National Public Works Week is an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the often unseen, but always essential contributions of these professionals who keep our community running smoothly and thriving. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week. Can you say something? No, you sure? Nothing. Casey, did you want to say anything? Casey would love to.
I guess I walked right into that one. I will say today's a great day. This proclamation's on behalf of the National Public Works Week. Today we had 900 third graders come out today, and Gary and his team and all the other 103 Public Works employees got to showcase what we do on a daily basis. So this is a really big day for us, and we certainly appreciate it. And we appreciate all the people like Gary who have many, many years of service in the city, and we really appreciate what you do. So thank you.
This is not a proclamation, it's just an acknowledgement, a statement for Memorial Day. We'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the city's Memorial Day proclamation. Memorial Day is a solemn day of remembrance for the men and women who gave their lives in service to our country. Their sacrifice secured the freedoms we live with every day. On behalf of the city, we honor their courage, remember their service, and extend our gratitude to their families. Through this proclamation, we reaffirm our commitment to never forget those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you. And thank you to their families. Moving into item F8. Harold, did you want to start anything on that, or do you want us to start with any questions?
Mayor, the item that you have before you is my recommendation for the replacement for the representatives on the MPA. Since our HR director has moved on to another agency, Carrie Breen has been the backup for that position. So therefore, my recommendation in the staff report is to appoint Carrie. And since Terrence Davis, HR reports directly to Terrence Davis, Terrence is the alternative. That's my recommendation.
Does anyone have questions for Harold? I would like some clarification. I do think that it's appropriate to appoint a position rather than a person for consistency. But the question I have, in the past, I was looking at the previous terms for this. We've had city attorney, finance director, human resources, risk. And so I'm curious if there's a plan to kind of mix things up at all. We don't have a city attorney, we don't have HR. And it feels like in the past we've had at least one or the other in this grouping, in this appointment. Do you have thoughts on whether, I know right now we're looking at an acting HR director?
Yes, so the current HR director or the acting HR director doesn't really have the background in this particular area, and Carrie has a significant background in the area, so we felt that he would be a good appointment until we can get a permanent HR director in. The concept would be that the HR director would be our primary representative.
Great, that helps me out. Thank you. No other questions then? Okay, thanks very much. We can move on to, we already did the approval. Moving into the public hearing.
Through the mayor, we
Yes.
do need to take a motion and a vote to adopt that
Right.
appointment.
Okay. Do we have a motion for F8?
Motion to adopt board members and alternative board members as listed in the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that passes. Thank you, Amanda. Item G1, Alexis Morris, Community Development Director, will present the next item regarding the unlawful, loud, and unruly gatherings ordinance.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this is a mouthful. This is Chapter 8.39, the Unlawful, Loud, or Unruly Gatherings Ordinance. So a little background. In 2025, Councilmember Maloney put forward a future agenda item request to address repeated problem and nuisance behaviors at residential properties in the city. The City Council then voted and directed staff to prepare a new ordinance, at the time was referred to as a social nuisance ordinance. The council then formed an ad hoc committee made up of council members Maloney and Mendoza to develop the new ordinance and provide recommendations to staff. The ad hoc committee then met twice to discuss the draft ordinance and also reviewed a draft ordinance electronically. So the new draft ordinance is based on the ad hoc committee's recommendations, and staff and outside counsel drafted a new ordinance that targets nuisance behaviors that affect the quality of life in neighborhoods, such as loud parties, fireworks, and excessive police calls to individual properties. The new Chapter 8.39 allows a violation to be issued after one incident, which is much faster than a typical administrative citation process for other types of violations. The ordinance also allows third parties to submit credible evidence because it may not always be possible for the police department or community enrichment staff to witness the nuisance activities as they happen. These tend to be sort of short-term activities. The ordinance also contains, the staff report also has attached a resolution containing the new administrative fine, which would be $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation, and $500 for subsequent violations within 1 year. This amount is determined based on the violations of the ordinance being an infraction. So enforcement of the ordinance will be the most important component. So due to the nature of nuisance events, it is likely that the police department would be the first department responding to an incident. There may also be criminal violations that occur at these same incidents. So the police department and community enrichment staff will work closely together to document the administrative violations of the ordinance, and the police department would act on criminal violations separately. The community enrichment staff would track violations using their case management program, so they would be aware when violations reoccur at any given property. When council initiated the ordinance, the council stated they did not want the ordinance to be able to be used to target victims of domestic violence. Therefore, the new ordinance specifically states that frequent police calls related to domestic violence issues are not considered a nuisance, and they would not result in an administrative citation. With that, staff is recommending that council introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance adopting Chapter 8.39 of the Brentwood Municipal Code and adopt a resolution establishing the administrative citation fines for violations of that chapter. Linda Shale, Senior Code Enforcement Officer, and I are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Any questions?
I have a couple of questions. Why did we track the definition of nuisance with Civil Code Section 3480? And for the public, I'll read it. It says a public nuisance is an activity that affects at the same time an entire community or neighborhood or any considerable number of persons, although the extent of the annoyance or damage inflicted upon individuals may be unequal.
I would defer to the city attorney on what is the appropriate government code to cite.
So the question is why we're using the social nuisance code 3480, the public nuisance?
Why aren't we using a definition of nuisance consistent with California Civil Code Section 3480 that defines what a public nuisance is?
So you're correct. California Civil Code 3480 defines the public nuisance as one that affects an entire community, neighborhood, or considerable number of people simultaneously. That edit could be worked into this code. The social nuisance definition that exists here is not tracking that definition exactly, but the content of the actual ordinance describes something that's parallel, that's not opposite to that. If you want the exact language of that code inserted, we can make that adjustment. Yeah.
Okay. I have some other questions, but I'll save it for discussion.
I have a question. One of the fee schedules that were implemented on there discussed that typically those violations are infractions, but there are times when they aren't. And criminally speaking, maybe charges are dropped and whatnot. And we were looking at, for example, incendiary devices or explosion devices that are going off should not be a warning or a $100 fine. So is there anything that we can do in regards to that aspect? Because those types of situations are causing a very, very horrible quality of life for some of our residents.
So So the way that the ordinance is structured now, using the infraction framework, sets the maximum for those types of events, which are infractions. The carve-outs, the different areas that you're talking about. One of the things that when we discussed this ordinance, we looked at is the idea that that baseline social nuisance violation is just that, a baseline violation, but then there can be additional violations that could occur on top of that. One reason why you see the infraction framework as the actual cost there is because if you apply a different amount for the fine, so a higher amount for the fine, then you fall outside of an infraction, which means then you're in the world of misdemeanors. And so if you end up in the world of misdemeanors, then you might have the reverse problem, which is you have a violation that occurs that you don't actually want to make a misdemeanor. You could choose not to charge for that violation, but also you're wondering whether the district attorney might charge for it, whether the person might end up, with a record because you're then relying on a government code section, which in essence says, since you're not on the infraction schedule, that what you're really doing is you're looking at the misdemeanor consequence, which then is, criminal as opposed to just the civil fine. And so you can have the infraction, plus you can have additional violations which occur, and those additional charges can result as a result of, you have the social nuisance violation, but then you also have other issues that sort of increase the total level of fine applied. But if you go the reverse way and you apply a larger fine for just the base social nuisance ordinance, then what you're in essence saying is that, well, that's not an infraction, because if it were, you would be using the infraction schedule. And so then you might place a penalty on someone that's heavier than you want for this particular violation. And there's a chance that if you place that penalty and it gets charged, then you might end up with someone with a criminal record, whereas you did not want to impose that on them.
That makes sense. Thank you.
I have a question. So some of the types of conduct that were listed, and I'm going to be specific about them: public drunkenness or unlawful drinking in public, harassment of passersby, indecent exposure, public urination, excessive littering, obstruction of public streets or rights of way by people or vehicles, have some crossover with complaints that we have heard about our unhoused population. So I know that at the bottom it said, loud and unruly conduct does not include any activity that is protected by Article blah, 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 blah. Is our inability to act on some of the complaints that we receive from residents about the unhoused behaviors related to the state law on that? I mean, is this something that we could use for that type of enforcement? And I don't know if that's a Thomas or a Chief or a Linda or Alexis.
I think it's a good Thomas or Chief question, but I think it's important to clarify that the city already has a nuisance ordinance on the book. So Chapter 8 is nuisance, defines different types of nuisances. This chapter is new, and it is very much focused on behaviors versus property maintenance or that. So I would defer to Thomas or the Chief on whether that these can be used, given all the other layers of protection that some of the unhoused populations might have. But yes, this is targeted at behaviors, not necessarily whether or not someone is housed or unhoused. It's the behaviors that they're exhibiting.
Thank you for that clarification. I would say, though, that these specific behaviors are ones that we do hear complaints about when people are feeling unsafe or when they're having interactions. So do you have a response to that?
So, and I might ask you, so let me respond sort of to the status question that you raised first, which is, one of the things that's been talked about broadly when it comes to homelessness is not penalizing the status, but actually, conduct. And so when we look at any of these types of penalties, one of the things that you want to make sure as a city that you're not doing is placing repeated penalties on the status of somebody rather than the actual conduct that they're engaging in. And so that's why these things tend to be conduct focused. But beyond that, if you want to sharpen the question or repeat the particular.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to get specific about any specific people, but it might be easier if I do. There's a person that we get complaints about on a regular basis for public drunkenness, for public urination, for blocking sidewalks. And I know that the complaints are repeated. There's harassment of people walking by, on and on. And I just wondered if something about this specific ordinance could be utilized for a little more strict enforcement for that kind of response.
So then we do come back to the original explanation of, if the conduct fits, it's parallel with what we described in the ordinance, then yes, you can apply it. And the basis for that would be new every time that you look at a particular case in the application. And so it really is a question of, okay, what actually happened in that particular incident, and does that conduct fit within the definitions that we've applied within this ordinance of what would qualify if that is the case, then you're in the place where you can apply the.
So then I guess the follow-up to that too would be, for this particular person I'm talking about, who is unhoused, I'm guessing they don't have funds to be able to pay for a fee.
Yeah.
So then what does enforcement look like?
Yes, well, that is what happens when you cannot make someone pay you can penalize someone, but obviously when they don't pay, unfortunately what often happens is you start to see, penalties accrue, and you start to see, a larger unraveling of what's happening here. But this is part of also what we're talking about when we talk about these civil fines, which in the nature is intended to be monetary, applied to someone who has not the means to pay for them.
And of course, at this point, we are not able to insist, if you will, that someone go for help, go for rehabilitation, go for living in a shelter. We can't insist on those things happening. So in truth, we're kind of back to square one as far as enforcement.
Can I add something real quick? I'm a light. But you had a question, but that was a question, right? So, yeah.
It was kind of more of a statement that could be proven wrong if you wanted to prove me wrong. But
yeah, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on discussion, but I'll pitch this to the chief. We have penal codes in place. So if someone doesn't, and I don't want to talk about the unhoused population, but anybody we have public intoxication, disorderly conduct, and actually Penal Code Section 372 deals with public nuisance. And it refers you back to the civil code section that I brought up, which is why I'm saying, why aren't we tracking what we already have in place? Why are we reinventing the wheel? So the fines, to me, penalize people who actually have some income, and people who are residents or have income. The fines are not going to affect people who don't have it. What affects them is when they rise to a level that becomes misdemeanor qualified behavior. Then our police, as I'm sure they already are enforcing the penal code. Now, here's the issue. Misdemeanors then go down to the district attorney's office. District attorney may make a referral. Then it becomes a complaint filed, the people versus this person. And then what happens is a revolving door in our judicial system where someone may get a day or credit for time served, and then that person comes right back to the street that they call home or the location. So even with the criminal penalty, we only can go so far, and you can keep penalizing behavior. At some point in time, if someone continues to either violate their probation or parole, or will it be probation, at some point you'll get longer sentences, and eventually that person will either succumb to drug court, to the policies that we have, like some in place. If they don't want that, then they go through the criminal program. So that, you'll see them. I don't think there's really much you can do. Can't force anyone to take treatment or meds or anything like that.
I definitely understand that. I think my question is kind of more bringing up a point where I think this is really good. I think the work that went into it is really good. I like that the complaints that we've had from neighbors around some of these issues is strong. I think this is going to be a really good, helpful way to enforce. But I bring it up because we don't have a shelter. There are shelters everywhere that are full. We are not allowed to force someone to seek treatment. even if they're self-harm by not seeking it, is incredibly, incredibly detrimental to their safety. So we are powerless when it comes to that sort of thing. My question was, is there some, and it is kind of, again, it's a statement question, knowing that I don't think there's anything we can do. We're still in that same place of the revolving door that the Vice Mayor mentioned, and not addressing the issues around the unhoused. But it was interesting to me because so many of these types of conduct and behaviors are crossover between the problems that we've seen and we've heard from complaints from the residents and the unhoused population that make people sometimes feel unsafe or not want to shop in certain areas of the city. So it's more like kind of a let's just talk about it out loud type of thing. So
I think during our discussion period, we should talk about it more.
yeah, absolutely. And the question was to kind of get the answer to that before we do. But Harold, your light is on, and Thomas, yours is still on too.
Yes, Mayor, allow me to work with the police department to talk about the county's care court. And the care court actually is a way to refer individuals who are chronically homeless, who will not seek help or treatment. And what we can do is we can have our resource officer check with the county and through the care court do a process, and it puts them in the court system, and it kind of requires them to get that help you're talking about. So I'll work with the chief to get that established.
Okay, thanks everyone. Just wanted to start the discussion with a question. If there are no other questions, we can move into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I have no speaker cards in person, except for Danny.
You see my weight. I'm ready.
Then you just ignored me. Okay. Boy. This doesn't make any sense. All right? We have statutes on the books, drunk and disorderly, enforcement measures for homeless people. All right? Now, whether or not we use them or not is a whole different story. But we do have them. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but the Supreme Court said one part of a statute that can't be used, but there are others. And that God bless it First Amendment, it's so pesky, and I'm so stuck with it in my head. The freedom to assemble. It is now, based upon what I'm hearing, being defined based upon behavior. Behavior is not an objective term. What happens if I'm having a house party and decide to have drill music, but my neighbor doesn't like it because he likes country and western? Yes, you're violating a statute that infringes on your Fourth Amendment rights, on your First Amendment rights, because we can't deal with the homeless. A homeless person, from what I'm hearing. What about a quinceañera outdoors? What about a barbecue block party? What if the neighbors on the other end of the block don't like it or they weren't invited? This gets them a fine. Period. Dot. You can have, I have outside basketball in King Park. There are kids who go out there. We have laws on the books. After 10 o'clock, silence. But with this, if I don't like it, and don't even get me started on pickleball, boy, oh boy, you'll have the pickleball haters blowing up because this will allow them to do so because it's based on behaviors. That's not what the First Amendment is all about. Has nothing to do with behavior. It has to do with the right to assemble, the right to have a good time, the right to have a bad time. And as the vice mayor noted, I don't know the statute specifically, but I guess the way it's written is that it has to be a group that has a concern about noise. Not my neighbor. Not the guy who's driving down the block. We have, I can't even express it enough. We have statutes. Quit being lazy. Use the ones we have. And again, we can deal with the homeless. There are, you guys don't want to use them, but they are there. That's what it sounds like. This whole thing is based upon someone not liking the homeless or their circumstances, or maybe even pickleball. I don't know. But this is not the solution.
I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Carolina? Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback a little bit off of what Danny said, because we're entering graduation season for elementary school, junior high, and high school, college, and there will be gatherings and there will be noise. I am not against having a noise ordinance and unruly behavior. I just think it needs to be really tightly defined so people know when they're in violation and when they are not. I'll give you a really weird example. For the past many years ago, my neighbor's kids would walk around the block at midnight on New Year's Eve, as soon as the clock hit midnight, banging pots and pans. They did the entire neighborhood. They walked all up and down the street, all around the block, and you could hear them all over the place, banging those pots and pans. Now, they did it for maybe 30 minutes, and it's only once a year. How would that fall into this, right? People who are having graduation parties, how would that fall into this? How would a resident of Brentwood, could they call police and let them know, hey, we're going to have a party, it's going to go, we're going to have a DJ, we're going to have music, and there'll be people laughing and celebrating. How do we as residents of the city of Brentwood know when we are in violation, and are there exceptions? This seems very, very broad and very loosely defined. So those were my concerns. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you, Amanda. I need a motion to close the public hearing.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Council discussion. All right, go ahead.
You cut your light off my way first. All right, so for this one, to my fellow council members, I appreciate the work that went into it. I understand what Councilmember Maloney was saying when she brought this. However, I do not agree with this policy as written. I'm absolutely not okay with it as written. The ordinance speaks so loudly to unruly what it isn't. It talks about, oh, but unruly isn't. We're not speaking about public protected activity under Article 1, Section 4 of the California Constitution, not the Fourth Amendment, not the First Amendment. Those things preempted by state and federal law or conduct constituting DV. But it doesn't talk about what unruly and loud is. It doesn't define it. When you don't define what unruly is loud to whatever decibel or whatever, it creates it doesn't provide any distinction as to what loud and unruly is, and leaves it overbroad and left up to interpretation of the enforcer of the ordinance. To me, I think Danny hit the nail on the head. It speaks so loudly to what could potentially come of it. And then we added on private residence. So now, to me, it's controlling the conduct of someone in their own private residence. To Carolina's distinction of the kids banging the pots, that it doesn't speak to, well, how many people have to complain? It does also make me, as an attorney, now as a judge, it makes me really concerned about how this can lead to a potential Fourth Amendment violation of someone's rights to enter into a private residence, to say, now I have this violation of this local ordinance. Not to say that our police officers would do that, but it bothers me that we're not defining it. And to say everything, we already have things in place. We have Civil Code Section 3480, which to me, when as a person who I'm obsessed with law and all of our codes and like reading it, I know the history that what goes into production of law is years, almost hundreds of years of case law, of something happened and we created and we kept going and we kept changing. I feel like it would be an insult to the legal community for us to sit here and create something in such a short period of time and not really fully flush out how it aligns with, one, the civil code with the penal code. I agree that if we will over-criminalize, Penal Code Section 372 makes it a misdemeanor already to violate, to disturb to be a public nuisance. And so I think we already have that distinction. And to me, it will create spaces where we do have a community of people in certain places of town who live on fixed incomes. Someone can have a party, and if one person complains, is that a public nuisance? If my neighbor, as Danny said, complains about an event that may be cultural to me, there are certain sounds emanating from my residents, is that a public nuisance? So to me, as written, it's overbroad. I would be happy to re-entertain this conversation if we can narrow down and define, one, what is loud? What does loud look like? What is unruly? What does unruly look like? And then I would love to have some more distinctions about private and public spaces, because those go into a whole nother legal discussion.
Okay, thank you. So the intention of this that came about was because obviously there are multiple neighborhoods in our city where their quality of life has been destroyed for probably the last 6 to 7 years. So the city of Brentwood currently has no tool to hold that property owner accountable. This came about as a social nuisance ordinance to support the police, because police would go and they couldn't arrest anyone. The DA would not file on charges. And then therefore they're continuously living either with explosive devices happening on their streets, continuous thefts, vandalisms, and destruction of property that's coming from one specific home. So the ordinance that I had introduced originally was a social nuisance ordinance that would focus on the police is not able to do anything in a criminal matter since those are completely let go. What could the city do to hold the property owner if they're having explosive devices, they're having continuous dangerous behavior that's contributing to the folks that are living there not having quality of life? And quite frankly, it's horrible. The emails that we've gotten, the amount of videos that we're being shown, it's horrible. So we have a noise ordinance. I don't agree with the title of this. I don't agree with unruly gathering. This is more of a social nuisance ordinance. So, but this is how it was presented to all of us in the ad hoc committee. And if it can cover the meat and the potatoes that we presented, where it's actually holding accountable a pattern of behavior that's contributing to lack of quality of life from an administrative process, since the criminal one is already happening, that's what we'd need to focus on. So that would probably be my...
Yeah, I think, and going back to the questions, I think we're conflating two things. This is not about homelessness, right? So if for some reason, I don't think we should talk about that when we talk about this, because that was never the intent. If there's behaviors that occur from an individual, regardless of their living status, then we execute the policy. I am okay with this policy. I don't have any concerns about it. I think that it's something we need. It's something that's been going on in our town for a long time. Our police department needs tools that they can use. And we're not the only city. I mean, Hayward has this, right? So it's not like it is, like we can't have it. There are other cities that have this. And while I get it. Someone's having a party and the cops get called and the cops knock on your door and they tell you you're too loud. I don't see a problem with that at all whatsoever. If your neighbors think it's too loud, then, you know, we live in suburbia, so you might need to turn it down a little bit. I don't got a problem with that at all whatsoever. I mean, I've called the cops on my own family when their music is too loud, so I really don't have a problem with it. But, so I'm fine with it. I appreciate all of the hard work. Alexis, you worked really, really hard on this. Thomas, thank you for coming on board and helping with this also. I appreciate it. And thanks, Faye, for bringing it forward. I think the residents that are suffering need some help, and this is a way that we can start helping. There's people leaving Brentwood because of actions that we've listed in here. So, you know, the traffic and the noise and all of that. So I am totally fine with this, and I'm fine with moving forward on this tonight.
Wow. I didn't think a public nuisance ordinance would get this much attention, but I appreciate the conversation. As a former police officer trying to enforce a penal code section, 647F, drunk in public, and what's going to happen with that, and what kind of is that going to entail our law enforcement officers to deal with, or the loud music complaint that you get from your neighbor because they're playing their music too loud. I don't think that's anything about what this ordinance was trying to do. I think it's if somebody has a graduation party, it's the graduation party, and the neighbors kind of, hey, can you turn the music down? No. Okay, well, after, I don't remember the time, Chief. Loud music?
10 p.m., 2200 hours.
Say it again?
10 p.m.
10 p.m. If the music's too loud after 10 p.m., the police department will go over and issue a citation for the noise ordinance. None of that had anything to do with what Councilmember Maloney was trying to do when she was putting this together. It's the ongoing mischief and nuisance of abandoned vehicles and M80s going off and fireworks going off in the neighborhood. And the police department is like, yeah, well, there's not a whole lot we can do with it. With this, if they have pictures of it, they now have something that the police department can try to enforce. So there are penal code sections that apply to the homelessness. There are penal code sections that apply to noise ordinances and all the other issues we're talking about. But when you live in a neighborhood and you feel like you're being terrorized by a particular resident, nobody's going to be able to hold that resident responsible or have to answer for it. And I think that's all we were trying to do, was put all that together in one. This may not be the correct document. We may have to change some wording on it, and I'm okay with that. But that's all we're trying to do. This has nothing to do with dealing with the graduation parties that are getting ready to happen, has nothing to do with the homeless, has nothing to do with, although when the conversation was taking place, Winco popped into my mind, and I don't know why, but what other ways can we start applying this? I think that's what we direct our law enforcement officers as to how they deal with it, and our the people enforcing the laws.
It's not the intention of it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to take a moment because I haven't spoken yet. First of all, it is clear to me that this is not a homeless issue. Okay, it was not in the staff report. I wasn't thinking this was going to solve any problems there. It was interesting to me that there was so much crossover in behavior and types of conduct. And so I brought it up because I thought it was a good way to kind of introduce some ways it could be interpreted. I will say that I remember the emails that you're talking about and the concerns that we had from residents who were feeling unsafe, who were feeling, like you said, terrorized. They couldn't relax in their own neighborhoods, all of that. So I remember those communications very clearly. What I would like to ask, though, for the chief and potentially Thomas, are there parts of this that can be tailored a bit more to be more specific to what they're talking about? Or how do you feel about that? Do you feel like it's tailored up already? Do you feel like it does what it needs to do and it's not? I'm looking at the kind of the question around what the vice mayor raised around it being too broad. I'd like to get your opinion.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the chief has to say, because he's on the beat. He's sort of able to look at this closely based on what he's seen out there in the community.
So I was not part of the ad hoc group. I think I was in the very beginning and then had other members of the department participate in the conversation. I certainly think collectively we can look at potentially tightening or defining what a nuisance is or other areas that might be questionable. I want to be clear from the perspective of when we're dealing with something that is codified in the penal code, the health and safety code, business and profession code, that's generally going to be the priority in anything that we approach. The challenges are when we face a misdemeanor level offense that is not committed in the officer's presence. We can't act on that. We can write that up. We can put it in a report. We can submit it to the district attorney's office for consideration of filing. This was geared more towards taking a subjective approach, or being not a subjective, but objectively reasonable approach from an officer standpoint, and the repetitive violations that we encounter. This would be a tool that we could use that I feel would be more effective in holding the repetitive violation, those that are responsible for the repetitive violations accountable for their actions.
Language has teeth. So this document, I thank you, Chief, but my concern is that it doesn't say, for example, Tony, I appreciate that what the intent was. I'm in no way saying I thought the intent was nefarious. I get it. I saw the same emails that you all saw. However, when we write something, I think we need to make sure we make distinctions about what things mean and how we define things. Because in the wrong hands, in the right thing in the wrong hands of the wrong person, it can be used incorrectly. So all I'm asking is, this document doesn't say repetitive. Like, how many times do you have to have it? It doesn't really even define public nuisance that's consistent with state law. So all I'm asking is, can we relook at this to, one, add in Civil Code Section 3480, that is an entire community or neighborhood. That neighborhood would have the ability to enforce it versus just one person. And even though it wasn't our intention sitting here on a nice day, on a hot day, and even though you may call on someone, if I'm having a party and my music falls in line, someone can use this document to say, but their music is a nuisance because we haven't defined that it has to track with our time of 10 p.m. It doesn't say that in here. So I think we need to make sure that there is a crossover between, it refers back to what we have on noise. It doesn't bring that up. And to your point, the unruly, I think that is a word that we do need to define. What is unruly behavior? Because what me and my kids do in our house, we used to run around and use our Nerf balls and make shields and forts. Someone hearing us run up and down the side, you guys may think we are wild and crazy, unruly animals. In other houses, that might not be acceptable. So we don't define that. So that's my only thing is, I don't have a problem with it. I just think it needs to be further defined.
So
I'm going to say, hold on just a moment, because Councilmember Maloney and Thomas were, Councilmember Maloney was first, and then, yeah.
I just wanted to say that the intention and the design of the social nuisance was targeted for acts that weren't necessarily misdemeanors. There are felonies where the police has made arrests, and there was just no product or accountability after that arrest from the district attorney's part. So those folks are coming back and continuing to victimize those folks. And this tool was designed after the police department had finished and completed their job and their work. Code enforcement or code enrichment, community enrichment, would be able to directly fine the property owner for this type of vagrant behavior. So this is the design of this. It's not meant for noise parties or anything like this, because we already have that in place. This is administrative municipal ordinance, not like a criminal ordinance where the police would be involved in this aspect. This is after the police had come and gone, enforced whether it's misdemeanors or felonies. In this case, I'm speaking about felonies. The complaints that we were receiving were about felony crimes occurring.
So this is part of the infraction conversation we were talking about before. Earlier you asked about why is the schedule what it is, and I said, we're assuming that this is an infraction and that we're not going down to misdemeanor. So that's part of this world. The other thing in terms of the discussion that we had about the definition. So while we have a list of definitions, there are choices that are being made, and what you're hearing from Vice Mayor Pearson when she talks about the specificity of the definitions, as you get more specific, we have a list of things that we say here on, unlawful, loud, or unruly gatherings are frequently accompanied by, and then you've got a list of an enumerated number of things. But as you tighten the definitions, what you do is you reduce discretion on the enforcement agent's part. And as the definitions are looser, there's additional discretion. And so what we're searching for and what I hear happening here is I hear Vice Mayor Pearson saying, let's tighten the definitions so that we don't have to worry about the band of discretion that's there. And you as council know exactly what types of things are being enforced. So that's the discussion that's happening. Now, the definitions that are there now, from an enforcement perspective, they give a little bit more latitude to be able to make these determinations. I'll give you an example that's specific. When you talked about the noise definition, you could, around noise, speak to a specific decibel range, but when you do that, you impose an additional burden on the person who's conducting enforcement. Do they have a decibel reader, right? Are they going to know exactly how loud it was? Because if you put the decibel range in there and they don't have that reader, then how is it that they prove that that violation had occurred, right? So we can, whatever council decides to do here, I'm happy to do and follow the direction, because yes, we can tighten this. And then what you're telling staff is, you're saying, what we want you to do is we want you to come back with something where we're more confident about exactly when this will be applied. This isn't tight enough. We want more control as council. We want more control over how it's applied. If it is as it is now there's a bit more discretion there for the person who's the enforcement. But then you can see when you hear from Vice Mayor Pearson, she's saying, that gives me additional concern, because I don't know if that discretion is going to be used in a way that I wouldn't want it to be used. And so it's fine. If council's decision is go back, we want you to tighten some of these things, essentially kind of reduce some of that discretion there. Okay, if it's, as it is now, there's some additional, there is some discretion there for the enforcement, the person who is actually using this from an enforcement perspective. Happy to do what is council's desire.
Yeah, I think the important thing to remember is we have code enrichment. You guys do a great job, but you can't be around when these things are happening. And that's why this came up, because our police department's like, well, yeah, code enforcement can write a ticket, what, I don't know what it's called, but they have their version of a ticket, but you don't have the same tools. It's almost like they had more tools than you did at a certain point in time. So it was being able to give our police department tools for these. And they are unruly. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but I mean, there's things happening in town that we know do not improve the quality of life. So again, if we want to add the definition, as Patricia mentioned, the 3480 civil code, I think we can add that into the definitions section of it. I don't know how you all feel about that. If we want to start with a warning, so right now it's first citation, first thing is $100, second, is $2, and so on. Do we want to start with, like the police department goes with the warning and they've set the foundation, and then the second one is where you start fining? I don't know how you all feel about that, but at least then it would be a warning, and it would that make it better for you all? Because I do think we need it.
Yeah.
There is a first warning?
There is a first warning in there, yeah.
Yes, so the way the ordinance is drafted, the first contact is a warning. It does not go immediately to a citation. If there's a second contact within 12 months, then that would go to the $100 citation.
But I do remember in the ad hoc committee, I did ask Thomas, our city attorney, if we're responding there and the police responded for a pipe bomb, we shouldn't be given a warning on that from an administrative. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Or $100, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and so two things. And so we do have a carve out in there where if it's, something like that, which is a threat to life and safety, that's of that, then there is the ability to skip to essentially pass by the warning for those types of high risk situations. I think for the issue of the pipe bomb, I mean, I would defer to the chief of police over there because he's going to talk to you about those additional things that will happen beyond the social nuisance ordinance that would chase or follow up that type of activity and would be on top of what you might see here.
I'm going to ask Harold to speak. His light's been on a very long time.
Mayor and council, I seem to recall initially when the committee got together, one of the things that the council wanted to do was to hold the landlord responsible. This was about absentee landlords who have tenants who continue to violate the policy over and over again, and there's no recourse. And so this was going to actually hold them accountable also. And then I also just want to remind the council about the process that we're in. This is the first reading. So this is the avenue where you can make those adjustments before you go back for your second reading.
Thank you, Harold. Chief, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I wanted to add on the destruction device or an explosive device. If we respond to an incident like that and there's evidence to support, be it a ring camera, photographs, or something to support a violation, we would treat that as a felony investigation. We would not fall back on this municipal code.
I think absolutely that is accurate, but there are times where the person goes to the court and they're released. So we want a tool to hold the property owners or people in control of that property for that behavior does not continue, because we need something to add as a support for the community when the police comes and then their action stops.
What I hear you saying is we need a civil parallel that fines monetarily to a landowner. What I believe is that the little fines that I see for someone who's committing felonious act or allowing felonious activity is not substantial. And even when they go to court, there are fines and penalties that get put in place against the offender, but not against the landowner. So I think that, again, we need to relook at this because honestly, some landowners were, and we even had one situation, we had the whole pool situation happen on the street where there was shooting and a fatality. $500 or $100 is not going to stop the problem. For someone who has a pipe bomb at their residence or someone who murder occurred, I again think we need to relook at this to figure out how can we make a substantial impact to not only the tenant, but also the landowner and also I do think we need to a little bit more, not too rough, but more narrowly tailor this, because what I foresee this happening is for just nuisance one, we keep talking about we need a fifth beat. We're going to overburden our police department on things of complaints that we didn't foresee from neighbors. The whole, not even the intent of, I get why you brought this. I agree with it, but it's not the intention. And what we're trying to do is not going to accomplish. And so my perspective would be, can we please spend more time to put more teeth in this, to define it a little bit better, and also to look at the penalties? Because I think when I looked at this, I thought the penalties don't match the behavior that's here. It just, again, it seems like some type of abnormally dangerous conduct. Again, we don't want to give a warning. I want to go straight to, if you own land, you need to be charged the amount that it's going to take our officers. How much did our officers spend to go out there? Because we can figure out a number for that. How much did it take for code enforcement, like all these other departments? I know it costs you. Nobody here makes the $100 in that time. It's spent way more amount of time. It's been more in gas nowadays because of gas to go to that house. So I would love it if we can expedite instead of trying to figure it out tonight, because we only have one city attorney here. Then we also have Alexis here, who I'm like, do we want to sit and wordsmith it tonight on the dais, or can we give it a little bit more time and then bring it back on an expedited time frame within the next few months to look at this? Yes, but not to us going with it as is.
Well, I think I mean, I would make a motion to pass it as is, adding the definition of the public nuisance that you requested. If we want to make edits later on, we can make edits, but I think our residents really need it. And the police department's already, that's what they told us. They're already going out there. They just don't have the tools that they need to go ahead and move forward and do something. So Hayward has it, and it seems like it's working well. So I don't mind passing it like as it is today. And if we find that there's things to make it better over time, then we make edits. We make edits to our municipal code all the time. So I just think our residents really, really need this, and I'm fine making a motion to move this forward with that.
I would like to hear from Linda first, because she had her light on.
Sorry, not to say anything against what you guys are talking about, but I just wanted to be clear. I think this is a tool that would work in conjunction with PD addressing an individual's criminal behavior. Our end of it for this would be that we would have a property owner or tenant that had repeated disruptive activity, right? That was our old ordinance name or our current ordinance name, that we could address. The citations would be 100 for the first time. And again, we're going after somebody who's having this stuff happen repeatedly connected to their property. So 100, 200, $500 every time after that. So if they're having something happen on a weekly basis within, several days, they're going to be fined $500. Also, on that third citation, we lien their property. So there's that added tool. So I don't think we're looking at this $100, $200 as the fix for that individual, but to perhaps make that property owner think twice about having those people around their property. So it is to work in conjunction with PD, not to stand alone.
Mayor, I also think the chief is lights on. He has something to say about this too.
Can't see him outside of Alan. Thank you, Linda. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I want to echo Linda's comments as well. We worked collectively to use this as an effective tool for enforcement efforts in addition to any criminal violations that we're responding to. So when I talked about the destructive device as an example or an explosive device, that is supporting documentation that we can then use and collaborate with community enrichment as one of many incidents that we're responding to. We'll still go the district attorney route on the more serious offenses, but this is certainly something that would pair nicely with our enforcement efforts and working collaboratively with our community enrichment to give them what they need to move forward on the administrative side.
Thank you. And I think with that, we've had a lot of discussion. Are we ready for a motion?
I want to make a motion. I would like to make a but you didn't make one.
No, because
so.
the mayor.
Because I asked for Linda to speak.
So as detailed in the staff report, I moved to, well, no, not as detailed. I would like to add the definition in the definition area of Civil Code 3480, a public nuisance is one which affects at the same time an entire community or neighborhood or any considerable number of persons, although the extent of the annoyance or damage inflicted upon individuals may be unequal. So I would like to add that definition to the definitions area. And I move to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance adopting Chapter 3.89, unlawful, loud, and unruly gatherings, and adopt a resolution establishing administrative citation fines for violations of Chapter 8.39.
Councilmember Mendoza, is it possible to add unlawful or unruly gatherings and get rid of loud so it's not confusing?
Yes, that's fine.
I'll second.
Is staff clear on that? Okay, all in favor?
If I may read the title real quick before we
Please do.
vote. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood regulating unlawful. Councilmember Maloney, can you repeat the title?
If the title could be, hold on, let me just go to it. Unlawful or unruly gatherings ordinance.
So removing loud?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood regulating unlawful or unruly gatherings and adding Chapter 8.39 to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition?
Yes, opposed.
Okay, the item moves with 4-1. Moving into item H1. The next item is the appeal of tobacco retail license suspension at 2411 Empire Avenue. The issue before the council is whether the administrative determination should be held or overturned under the standards set forth in the municipal code. The applicable burden of proof is a preponderance of the evidence. City Council's decision shall be based on the evidence presented in the administrative record and at hearing. At this time, members of the City Council may disclose any ex parte communications or potential conflicts of interest and state whether such communications affect their ability to be fair and impartial. Any comments from council? If none, I will briefly explain how the appeal hearing will be conducted. First, city staff will present an overview of the case. Following the staff presentation, the appellant may present testimony, submit evidence, and respond to the city's case. Following the appellant's presentation, city staff may provide a rebuttal limited to matters raised by the appellant. City Council may then take public comment, ask questions of staff, the appellant, and any witnesses to clarify the evidence and issues presented. Upon conclusion of the evidentiary portion of the hearing, I shall close the hearing and the City Council shall proceed to deliberate in open session. In rendering our decision, the City Council shall determine, 1, excuse me, whether the department's finding of a violation is supported by a preponderance of the evidence, and 2, whether the violation falls within the scope of Chapter 5.76, including whether the violation is attributable to the license or its agents or employees. The decision of the City Council shall be final. So let's begin. Alexis Morris, Director of Community Development, please present staff's case.
Perfect, thank you. So a little background on what the tobacco retail license program requires. The City Council adopted Chapter 5.76 tobacco retailers, establishing a tobacco retail license program in August of 2025. As part of that new program, community enrichment will perform at least 2 compliance checks, and the police department performs at least 1 decoy operation of each tobacco retailer per a 12-month period. If through the decoy or the compliance checks, the Community Development Department determines that there has been a violation of the ordinance, a retailer's license shall be suspended or revoked. A license shall be suspended for 60 calendar days for the first violation, and a license shall be subject to a civil fine of $1,000. According to the ordinance, no person engaged in tobacco retailing shall sell a tobacco product or tobacco paraphernalia to another person without first verifying by means of government-issued photographic identification that the recipient is at least the minimum legal age required under state law to purchase tobacco products. So specifically to One Stop Smoke Shop, on October 9th, 2025, One Stop Smoke Shop received both a tobacco retail license and a 12-month wind down permit. On March 20th, 2026, the police department conducted a decoy operation and documented that tobacco products were sold to a minor by a One Stop Shop employee without asking for ID. On March 24th, 2026, the Community Development Department determined, based on preponderance of evidence, that One Stop Smoke Shop was in violation of Chapter 5.76. An administrative citation and notice of 60-day suspension and fine of $1,000 were issued. On March 30th, the owner of One Stop Smoke Shop filed a timely appeal with the city clerk. So as the mayor said, the suspension of a tobacco retail license is appealable to the city council per the ordinance. The city council serves as the appellate body, and the city council's decision constitutes the final administrative action on the matter. If the council finds that a violation occurred, the city council shall apply the penalty mandated by the municipal code, and the city council shall not modify the duration or suspension of the amount of the fine. Attached to your staff report is a template resolution for denial of the appeal. If the city council finds that a violation is not established, the city council shall grant the appeal and set aside the suspension or revocation, in this case suspension, of the license and any associated fine. So a template resolution for granting the appeal is also attached to your staff report. Staff is recommending that the city council deny the appeal and uphold the suspension of the tobacco retailer's license for One Stop Smoke Shop, located at 2411 Empire Avenue, and uphold the associated civil fine as required by the Brentwood Municipal Code based on the findings that the department's determination is supported by a preponderance of the evidence and that the licensee or the licensee's agent or employee violated Chapter 5.6 of the Municipal Code. Staff from Community Enrichment, the Police Department, and myself are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. I will now invite the appellant to present their case.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the owner of a one-stop smoke shop in Brentwood, California. And I have a citation, which is one of my employee, he got it. And I was running the smoke shop for 4 years and never had it happen to me. And one day, because of my religion holiday, because I took a day off and the guy helped me out. And I told him to ask ID, ask ID, ask ID. But that day he don't ask ID. So because of him, I get the violation. And is my son here? He's gonna read something, so.
Yeah, he had
you can help
also,
me out.
yeah, he had written out something. I could read it out. Dear Council, I'm writing to formally appeal the administrative citation and of $1,000 fine issued to my business, One Stop Smoke Shop. I've been operating One Stop Smoke Shop for the past 4 years almost entirely by myself and have always made every effort to comply with all applicable laws and regulations. During my time, my business has undergone multiple inspections by both the City of Brentwood and Contra Costa County without any violations. In fact, I previously received a formal appreciation letter from the California Department of Public Health recognizing my efforts in preventing the sale of tobacco products to minors. The incident referenced in the citation occurred on March 20th, 2026, which was the first day of Eid al-Fitr, an important religious holiday. On that day, I temporarily asked someone to manage the store so I could spend time with my family. Before leaving, I clearly instructed the employee not to sell tobacco products to anyone under the age of 21. My store has strong compliance measures in place. There are clear and visible notices posted on the entrance door, near the register, and on store shelves, stating that tobacco products will not be sold to individuals under the age of 21. Copies and photographs showing these posted signs are attached to this appeal for your review. Despite the precautions in my instructions, the temporary employee failed to follow this policy and made an unauthorized sale. This was an isolated incident and does not reflect how I operate my business on a daily basis. I've always taken compliance seriously and have maintained a clean record for 4 years. Given my history of compliance, prior inspections without violations, documented preventive measures, and the unique circumstances on the day of the incident, I respectfully request that the city reconsider and reduce or waive the $1,000 fine. I have already taken additional steps to strengthen internal controls, including enhanced employee training and stricter ID verification procedures to ensure that this does not happen again. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Noman Yusufi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have a rebuttal? Okay. We will now open the matter for public comments. I'm sorry, I should have said, you can sit down. We'll listen to public comments first. We understand. Thank you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this item or after the timer has expired. I did have a speaker card for Danny on this item, but he does not appear to be in the chamber, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Closing public comments. Do we have any questions from council for staff, the appellant, or any witnesses? Okay, so we can close the hearing and begin deliberation. Okay, if we don't have deliberation and we have a motion, we can move with that.
don't know if deliberation is the right term, but I think that we're going to be making a ruling on something we haven't done before as a council. And the facts are all outlined in our staff report as to the age of the person who purchased the tobacco products, and that her identity was, the identity of that person was with a California driver's license. We know that through the evidence presented in the documents, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Hold that thought just one moment. No other discussion? Are we okay with making the motion? Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
I do want to say something. I want to thank staff for implementing our tobacco ordinance policy and doing all the hard work it took to enforce it. Irregardless of what the motion will be or how we decide, I just want to recognize your hard work and making sure that we catch, even if it's one day, a slip, or if it's continued activity. So I just want to say thank you.
And I'm going to make one quick comment too, I believe it's clear, I hope it's clear to people watching either in chambers or online, that we don't take ordinances lightly. We just spent a very long time going over the previous item and took it very seriously. And all of us had some comments and thoughts about this. So this is not an easy decision ever. This is something that we typically spend a lot of time, and the staff spends a lot of time investing into making sure we're making right choices. So with that, Councilmember Orlemans, please go ahead.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to deny the appeal and uphold the suspension of the tobacco retail license for One Stop Smoke Shop located at 2411 Empire Avenue and the associated civil fine as required by the Brentwood Municipal Code 5.76.170, parentheses A, based on findings that, 1, the department's determination is supported by the preponderance of the evidence, and 2, the licensee or licensee's agent or employee violated Chapter 5.76 of the Municipal Code.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the appeal is denied. We are now moving into the MOU with Downtown Brentwood Coalition. City Manager Harold Duffy will present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a memorandum of understanding between the City of Brentwood and the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council to adopt a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City and the Downtown Brentwood Coalition for the delivery of downtown programming and management services for fiscal years 2026-27 and 27-28 with not to exceed amount of $180,000. So what is the Downtown Brentwood Coalition? The Downtown Brentwood Coalition consists of 153 active businesses within the downtown core, that generate approximately $401,000 in annual sales tax revenue in 2025. The DBC membership and services consist of 104 core DBC members located within the downtown core. As you see the map, the core is the blue line, and the associate memberships, or the associates, are the red line in the surrounding 2-mile radius. The membership dues for the DBC range from $75 to $200 annually, and the annual DBC operating budget is $225,000. So for more than a decade, downtown Brentwood has evolved into a vibrant hub of activity with over $40 million in annual sales transactions annually. The city has maintained a direct partnership with the Downtown Brentwood Coalition through a memorandum of understanding since 2021 with the delivery and administration of downtown services, downtown event promotion, destination tourism, and coalition membership management. The partnership has contributed to downtown's continued success, including building occupancy rates of exceeding 90%, increased foot traffic, attraction of new businesses, and strong attendance at downtown events and programs. Here's a chart of the sales tax performance over the last decade or so, more than the last decade or so. As you can see, that in 2013, the businesses within the downtown Brentwood Coalition had a sales tax generation of $271,000. You've seen that increase into 2017 to $370,000. You'll see a slight decrease during the COVID period. As I said earlier, it's now up to $401,000 annually. And so I make the distinction between the sales tax generated of $401,000, and that's that 1 cent that we get on every sales transaction. And remember, not all transactions within the area result in sales tax, other services that are not sales tax. So, but to the point I'm trying to make is over $40 million of transactions are occurring within that downtown Brentwood coalition. So it is a thriving area that continues to grow. The city's investment in downtown partnerships, the downtown beautification, maintenance, accessibility, and public space improvements, the collaborative partnerships supporting business promotions, volunteer engagement, and community-based programming. Collectively, these activities and services demonstrate the city's continued commitment to maintaining a clean, active, and vibrant downtown environment. This investment support business activity, community programming, and the city's ongoing partnership with the DBC through the proposed MOU. The key components of the MOU. The current MOU expires in June 30th, 2026. The proposed MOU is going to go from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028. The annual funding allocation increased from $80,000 last year or this year to $90,000 annually. The total agreement amount is not to exceed $180,000 over the 2 fiscal years. The quarterly invoicing and reporting requirements of the city are required. So let's talk about the DBC scope of services. The coordinate downtown programming, this is for the coordinator to coordinate downtown programs, event, business support, and advocacy and promotional activities. Support downtown business recruitment, retention, and vacant storefront activation. Provide advocacy, permitting coordination, and assistance to downtown businesses. Maintain the DBC operations, governance, membership programs, and fundraising efforts. Continue renovation of ADA improvements efforts at the former Women's Club building, and submit quarterly and annual reports to the city, including the financial reporting, balance sheets, membership data, event summaries, and business activity updates. So staff's recommendation is that City Council adopt the resolution approving the memorandum of understanding between the city and the Downtown Brentwood Coalition for the delivery of downtown programming management services for fiscal year 2026-27 and 27-28, not to exceed $180,000. And with that, I'm available for any questions, and I think the DBC is here also.
Thank you, Harold. Any questions for staff? Okay. Moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. We can begin with the DBC. Don't need a speaker card if you'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, city officials, and community members. I just wanted to come up here and say thank you so much for all your consideration, your time, your effort, and your confidence that you put in us in the DBC and myself. I wrote something, but it's really just, it's an honor to work with you guys, alongside of you guys. It's an honor to work for my community. I've never held a position like this, and this year has been magical, and I think there's a lot more we can do together. And I'm just very thankful for your support, and I'm excited to see what else we can do. Thank you.
We do have one hand raised in Zoom. Josh? Go ahead.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I hope you can hear me. I'm Josh, the operator of the Delta Theater. My apologies for not having a camera at home, but perhaps as a blessing, I can say with certainty I have the perfect face for radio. First, I want to say we wholeheartedly support this extension of the MOU. Secondly, and I want to begin by saying that the events we host in Brentwood are part of what makes this city feel truly special. From the farmers market, Oktoberfest, the holiday parade, homecoming, Veterans Day, the 4th of July, community fundraisers, and so on. And especially, I have to call out the Unified Prom Parade this previous weekend. These are the moments that create the small town atmosphere we all value. They bring neighbors together, create memories for families, and make Brentwood a place where people still know each other by name, where kids can, as I did at that age 150 years ago, still safely ride their bikes around without the modern day urban concerns many parents face elsewhere. But, and I have to say right now, so much of the onus and impact continues to fall on one small stretch of First Street between Oak and Chestnut. And while many people can adapt to street closures, not everyone can do so. For some of our elderly and mobility challenged residents, losing direct vehicle drop-off access downtown can become more than an inconvenience. It can become a reason not to participate at all. We have had multiple occasions where people at the theater purchased tickets, attempted to arrive, I guess departed, because they can't safely get themselves or their loved ones near the theater, and we get an email later about the thing. Not, and please note, not we couldn't get a parking space, but just to have a place very nearby to unload their loved ones and their healthcare devices. And as someone myself with an 80-year-old mother who's infirmed, living with and cared for by my wife and myself, I can personally speak to this. Those are the exact residents who need and frankly deserve accessibility and the physical and mental benefits of participation most. And they are essentially prohibited from that participation. Now, we've been approached, for example, by seniors in our community. I actually had a petition presented to me demanding we participate in the Metropolitan Opera Live series, bringing world-class opera performances here to the Delta. It's something we have genuinely explored because we believe arts and arts accessibility matters. But the live broadcasts take place on Saturday mornings, timed with matinee performances in New York. That means audiences need access to the theater around 10, 11 a.m., precisely during the time when First Street is always closed. So I asked myself, can I in good conscience or good business bring something like the opera to the Delta for seniors and arts patrons when there is no vehicle access to the theater during the very time the live event happens? And we know that First Street is so often chosen because of its beauty, its historic charm, but we also know, if we look around, that the rest of downtown Brentwood is full of opportunities to create that same energy, that same sense of community, bringing some events or even just portions of events to different routes and locations would spread investment, activity, and attention throughout the downtown while reducing the repeated concentration on First Street. After all, downtown isn't just First Street from Oak to Chestnut, is it? So let's get the stakeholders together, collaborate collectively, and dare I say, expand upon these traditions. Let's strengthen them. Let's continue to build a downtown. And as my grandmother, blessed memory, often.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker I have is Lynn.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm Lynn with the DBC. I'm the president currently through the end of the year. And I had a whole thing written out, but I just really want to say thank you. Thank you for taking this under consideration. We couldn't run the DBC without this MOU. We couldn't run the DBC without Kristen and all her great ideas and networking and partnering that she's doing such a great job in downtown. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. And thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into council discussion, unless Harold has something. Okay. Who would like to start?
I just appreciate all you do for the city. I mean, you not only do things for yourself, but I know you're helping with Juneteenth, and you help with, our own tree lighting. So thank you for everything you do on your own accord for the DBC events, but also thank you for what you do for our events. I think Josh said it, our events is what makes the city. And I always go back to before you all were so active, and it's like night and day downtown. And then the thing that's nice, as Harold mentioned, it's the sales tax revenue. I mean, we can see that it's paying for itself. So thank you so much.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you all for everything that you do in our community. It's so vibrant, and I look forward to everything that you guys bring forward.
Yeah, echoing the same sentiment. I do have a question, but before I say that, I was sitting at dinner the other day, and I heard a bunch of people who are not from Brentwood talking about our downtown, and I was like, I was really proud sitting at the table. I have to say that our downtown is the way that it is because of the quality of the events that you all throw, the type of businesses that we have downtown. So I appreciate everything you all do. I'm wholeheartedly was a yes to going up from 80 to 90. I agree with this MOU. My only question is, do you all have in your governing, and I know, Kristen, I've already talked to you about this, but I was a little disappointed that some internal documents that was actually not done correctly was leaked from a computer. And do you all have anything internally to avoid getting involved in politics? Because from the dais, individuals or businesses can, but as an organization, do you all have something that precludes you as a coalition from getting involved in that? Because it takes away from the beauty and demonizes what you all do. And I just don't want to see it go down that direction. So is there anyone who can speak to that? Not to say that I don't like the MOU, I love everything, but that was very disturbing to me.
My badge keeps going sideways. There we go. I completely agree with you. I think that was ridiculous. I was very disappointed. I called you right away. It is in our bylaws, and it is a part of our confidentiality and about everything we're a part of. We have a zero tolerance, so if anything does come up like that, we do meet as a board, we do discuss it, and then we take action. I am so in agreement with you. That's not something I'm a part of or that I want to be about. I don't believe that that's what the coalition stands for. And again, I apologize that happened. I did everything I could to figure out what was going on there. And just so you guys know, that wasn't anyone that I asked about and figured out.
Thank you.
We did change all our passwords too, just so you know.
Just to reiterate what all the rest of the council has already said, what the DBC does for the downtown is phenomenal. It would be great to figure out a way to make the downtown spread, which we're doing anyway, and keep you guys active within all of that, bringing all that great business into all of Brentwood, not just the 1st Street, 2nd Street, Oak Street area. Let's expand it. Let's make it bigger. And you guys are doing great work. Thank you.
And I will say that this is one of my favorite things is to hear from all of you about what's going on. I love to hang out downtown. I love to go to all the events I possibly can. But one of the things, Kristen, you are absolutely phenomenal, and I'm so glad you're a part of this. But I also want to call out the board because I've worked with a lot of nonprofit boards, and your board spends so much time dedicated to supporting the DBC, supporting the businesses, supporting the events, supporting the cleanliness, supporting everything good about downtown. Your board is on it. You work very, very hard. I know boards are typically volunteers, but you all go above and beyond, and I think that should be noted as well. You have an excellent ED, but your board of directors is also top-notch. So with that, I would like to take a motion.
I'll make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving an MOU between the city and the Downtown Brentwood Coalition for delivery of downtown programming and management services for fiscal years 2026-27 and 2027-28, not to exceed $180,000.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, this motion passes. Okay, moving into H5. Wait, I skipped one, didn't I? Sorry. I skipped. Sorry, Amanda. I'm jumping. Okay, Amanda Cheney, Recreation Supervisor, will present the next item regarding the city's external special events process.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Tonight I come before you as an update to our special event process. This is a series of updates that we've provided since 2023, an effort to improve and streamline the external special events process for the city. Over the past several years, City Council and staff have made positive changes, which have improved our relationships with both the downtown businesses and our special event hosts. Tonight, I'm returning with the 2025 update. We've successfully implemented street closure fees, staff cost reimbursements, refundable deposits for damages and cleaning. We noticed the affected businesses and residents for street closures and implemented stricter enforcement of our rules and regulations, to name a few of the updates we've done over the last couple of years. For fiscal impact, currently our special event processes have increased the city workload, not just for Parks and Recreation as we manage these external processes, but for police and public works as well. We meet monthly as a part of the special events review team, and that consists of public works, PD, engineering, solid waste, parks, recreation, anybody in the city, any department that could touch a special event. So with the increase of these special events, many of our expenses are passed on to organizers, but frequent fee waivers last year was about $30,000 between all organizations, reduced cost recovery, and they do shift the burden back to the general fund. A quick note for the fee waivers is, according to our fee waiver policy, organizations can apply for up to $5,000 per fiscal year, and that can be approved at the department director level. Larger organization or larger fee waivers like you would have seen for Meals on Wheels, Be Exceptional, and the Senior Citizens Club do come before council. Revenue from our events do remain limited. The umbrella business licenses and low sales tax returns generate relatively small income for us, meaning that the city often collects far less than the true cost of what it costs the city to support these events. The special events draw residents and visitors to the city with hope of people staying and spending money here. These funds are coming back to the city through sales tax revenue, but it's currently difficult to track and measure that correctly. We have some ongoing challenges with our special events. Frequent street closures downtown are affecting customer access and parking for our tax-paying brick and mortar businesses. We have overlapping or excessive event activity, specifically concentrated in City Park and Oak Street, including closures that can last 15 plus hours for events, which includes setup, takedown in the event. As mentioned earlier, we have increased workload for staff, city staff managing event logistics, street closures, including Parks and Recreation, police, streets, and solid waste. And the majority of the events happen either on weekends or after hours, so these are incurred at overtime rates. We have limited parks in this city, which can support the infrastructure needed for large-scale special events. City Park is one of the few, and Veterans Park would be the other. Considerations for parking, restrooms, traffic, we're pretty limited on where we can host, and Veterans Park can really only host smaller events, typically like the 5Ks, things like that are under 500 people. We have high foot traffic in City Park and continues to be a challenge for us for maintaining turf, although our crew does a great job. When we're having events back to back, it can be really difficult. So tonight, staff has a few recommendations for City Council to consider. We recommend establishing a list of core community events to be incorporated as a part of the annual special event calendar. The suggestion is that these events could have a historical or cultural significance, large public participation, and community benefit, and that they've demonstrated successful operations in Brentwood for at least 2 years prior to this selection. Identifying these events would put a baseline on the number of street closures that we would have and authorize each year, and help identify the additional number of closures that we could add on to that, in addition to also looking at the length and time of hours of the street closures. Also, staff would like direction for for-profit use, whether we limit the use or assess additional fees. This could include revising the umbrella business license process, which would include both finance and community development. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Amanda. Any questions?
I did have one. Are the school district events under the MOU considered internal events or core events?
Yeah, the city events would take priority, school district events following, and then the core.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And this is to point out, this is, we're just asking to establish core events for the downtown events only.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. You can go.
No, and I might have missed it. I know that Abraham used to have a list of attendees per event. Do we have a list of the events that we had with the number of attendees?
Yeah, so up here on your slide, and I believe it's attachment 3 in the staff report, are the list of suggested core events. And I apologize, it looks like I don't have the years on here, but they date back to 2021. And these are the estimated numbers for event attendance. The last couple of years, we've been able to use Placer AI numbers, so they've been a little bit more accurate than just an estimate. And then this graph also shows whether these events have had any fiscal aid from the city, whether it's been an ED grant or a fee waiver.
Amanda, have we had any difference in either cost or level of fee waiver for individuals or small businesses hosting events that live within the city or have a business within the city versus outside the city?
So the folks that are eligible for fee waivers are Brentwood, either Brentwood nonprofits or nonprofits that service a large amount of Brentwood residents. The majority of our fee waivers are coming from the nonprofits that host businesses. They're Brentwood-based nonprofits, and typically they're doing the fee waiver. They're getting a fee waiver of up to $5,000, and some organizations host multiple events, so they might spend, $1,000, request $1,000 for one event and then $1,000 for another event. So
okay,
I don't know if that answers.
What about not for-profits?
So typically for-profits are not a part of the fee waiver process. However,
I'm sorry, as far as like reserving space to hold events, the park or community center or whatever.
So for-profits are allowed to reserve space just like nonprofits. They would submit the special event application. We had several complications or things were brought to our attention at the end of last year where we wanted to bring back to council to put some stricter guidelines in place for us to be able to either add additional fees for those for-profit events. As of right now, for-profit events could come in to the city and pay a very low fee and charge their vendors and be making a profit off of our process. So I think, so staff is trying to determine and establish something that would rein that in a little bit.
Thank you. And if a for-profit is within the city limits, is it paying a different fee from a for-profit outside the city limits?
It is not.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay, quick, so you're asking us to go through this list if we still want them or don't want them, or?
So we're trying to establish the conundrum that we're in is that we have a lot of street closures, specifically as mentioned in the previous item on Oak Street and on First Street. So we're looking for direction to establish core events or events that are important to city council for us to maintain and allow those street closures continue on a continual basis. That would help identify and narrow down the number of street closures in addition to those core events that we could have, say, for other new incoming events or for for-profit events.
Okay.
If no other questions, we can move into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in the city chamber, sorry, I forgot where I was at for a moment. If you're in the chamber, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance. I have no speaker cards in person, but I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I was looking at the list and I'm wondering if any of these events will be impacted once the fire station is up and running. That's my only concern. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into discussion.
I should ask this during questions. So I think this is a great plan. I like the suggestions of staff. The one concern that I do have, it seems like the groups that will be affected are the ones that like the Miles for Mayo that's coming up soon, and then the Sweetheart Run. And we said that it'll be on a first come, first served basis. How do we monitor someone just always putting it in, like, give me the next 5 years? Or do we have a process for that? And then also, are we directing them to other locations so that, and I know you said it's downtown, so I think for that one, none of these, maybe none will be affected, right, by this? So it would just be the for-profit events.
Correct. So Miles for Mayo, Sweethearts Run, those all take place at Veterans Park. These are not being impacted by the suggestions tonight. We do have capacity at Veterans Park for those smaller events. We're really just targeting the large-scale events that need street closures in the downtown area. So those events specifically would not be impacted.
So it would be all of pretty much, and looking at this list here, it would be pretty much where it goes from for-profit events and then like that section, right? Because I think a lot of these are incorporated in the internal events, the MOUs, and the core events will all be incorporated. So it's that section?
Yes.
I like it.
So council on their individual screens are showing the staff report that has the more lengthy list. Can we have that up on the screen? Yeah. I know, I'm looking. I just noticed you both were, all three.
I guess one thing that's, I've been talking about for a long time is the impact on the park. It's just, we've seen it deteriorate over time because there's so many events on it, like constantly. So that's what I wanted to move away from a little bit. And I know Josh is not the only one that's talked to me about closing that street. It's the same street over and over, and it does impact some businesses. So I guess my question is, where I would want to go is reduce the number of events on the grass. And there's some that are, like when I look at this and you talk about bringing in businesses that are kind of, and I like that you had this in here, but you know, our whole strategic plan, higher tier unique businesses. there's times I walk through there and they are not higher end unique businesses. I mean, I love a flea market, like Oakland Coliseum. I love the flea market. But sometimes that's what it feels like when I'm walking through City Park. So those are the ones that I would want to move away from. I think that they make a lot of money for themselves because they sell each booth at hundreds of dollars per booth. And the city doesn't really get much from it. And it's not even near businesses that they're going to go use anyway. So that's kind of when I was looking at the events, those are the kind of events that I would want to move away from. So I mean, but I don't know how staff feels about them. I know you guys have a lot going on. And like, what is your demands on events like that versus other events?
So we implemented in 23 or 24 blackout dates for City Park, and the intent to kind of minimize the damage that happens to the grass and the turf there. So 1 week in a month, we black out events on those busy months. Our busiest months are like August through December. And so those we do continue to have blackout dates to hopefully mediate some of that. And then as a part of us kind of enforcing or being stricter on enforcement, we have collected several deposits for damage of turf. So we're trying to mediate those turf issues. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I just go back to the park. Like first of all, I think it needs to get redone because if you walk on it, it's bumpy. We have to put up the orange cones on the park. Like I do know it needs some help. So I don't know where to go from there. And again, I don't know if what they're paying us covers all of the maintenance that we have to do on the park.
I also, just to piggyback on that, I have a question for Harold. What is your recommendation on our rates, and do we need to increase them?
Well, I think that this is part one of a couple series of reports we're going to come back to you on. The first phase is to try to preserve the Brentwood characteristics in terms of having the traditional programs that are city sponsored and sponsored by nonprofits, and then going back and looking at what we charge and what the impact is to our infrastructure for those other projects. So I think the list that you have before you today is the first step in that process. And then staff will follow up with you for kind of giving you the true cost for those other special events. And I also want to remind the council is that we currently, now we have that parking lot that we're going to be using. We have full use of the parking lot for year round, in addition to our primary purpose was the winter market. But we will be using it for America 250, we'll be using it for Juneteenth. So you could have events that would normally be in the park and actually move over to that parking lot to be pushed on the other side. So that's another option for you. But I think what you want to do tonight is you want to focus in on the core projects and give the staff some guideline there, and then we can move to the next phase.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Sorry. I think we have to, while we're considering this, we do have to pay attention to the brick and mortar businesses downtown. The comment that was made during the DBC, CAPS has made comments several times about customers not being able to get in. We have to take into the consideration that we do everything with the DBC to make these businesses thrive, and then we close the streets down so people can't get to them anymore. But the idea is to create more business, but some of that business doesn't come into a business like CAPS or the movie theater that's being drawn to farmers markets or events downtown. I find it kind of strange that the other companies' for-profit events are being held in the downtown, and it's creating a problem for our businesses that we're trying to draw customers in to our downtown. But they're there to create profit without paying us the sales tax and everything else that goes along with them being in our city park.
course, that's business, right? That's supply and demand. If you're going to give your product away, and I'm a businessman, I'm going to take it. It's really up to you as treating the city as a business to make sure that you cover your costs and that you also look at your long-term costs. So it's business. We need to put our business hats on and also say, you're not going to take advantage of us. And as I demonstrated earlier, there's $40 million of transactions going on in that area. That's just what's happening in the DBC. But on any given Saturday where we have these events, and there's 50 booths, each booth's making $40,000 each, and we're getting pennies on the dollar when we should be recovering our cost and putting stuff back into our infrastructure because of those events.
I do want to say we did make some modifications to pushing some of the costs for our special permits. So that, I think that came on right before you came on, Councilmember Maloney. So we did make some amendments to the cost associated with it. But I am questioning how Makers Boulevard became a core event downtown versus, I mean, it's a for-profit event, very similar to some of the other ones below. So just wondering how that got to core.
So Makers Boulevard, we sort of lump them in often with Farmers Market, even though that they're for-profit. That is something that we wanted to bring to council to see if we wanted to include them in the core events. Makers Boulevard does receive a fee waiver twice a year, even though they are for-profit. That has to be approved at the city manager level because they host a kids market where they don't charge the vendors, and actually their kids market is coming up this weekend. So they run a kids market parallel to their regular market, and the children can vend their wares and learn how to become entrepreneurs.
What's the Peace Walk?
So in September, there's an International Day of Peace. And so it is a group of peaceful folks that have come to City Park probably the last 12 years on like a Tuesday night, and they sing a few songs and they light some candles, and it's just a peace movement.
Okay.
But they are a nonprofit, and it's been a reoccurring event for the past decade.
Thank you.
When we're talking about cost recovery, are we also talking about the staff time? If it's not one of our events and if it's a for-profit from out of town and staff has to be there to monitor or help set up or whatever it is.
So I think what you've done over the course of the year, you've started to recover some of your costs. So for example, I believe that street closures and the basic things are covered. Then you've hired some part-time staff and you're looking at that coverage. But if I do a more detailed analysis, I don't see where you've incorporated the costs for the manager to oversee those part-time. And then with the manager's time, it's fully loaded costs. And then you have permits, and you have umbrella permits, and there's some things there. And then you have the one thing that really stands out to me is that if you are a 4-hour event, you get some break because you don't pay because you're only 4 hours. But if you close the street an hour, 2 hours in advance and 2 hours afterwards, then it's not really 4 hours, but you're inconveniencing so on and so on. But as I said before, we'll come back to the council with the full analysis of that and move forward. I think, what's really happening here is, and in the staff report, staff does indicate this is creating a lot of demand for staff. And Park and Recreation does a great job in doing this. And it's sort of, from a business perspective, I see all the work that we're doing, and then I see these private companies come in and just reap the benefits of that. And then we see our infrastructure beat down, but park staff still puts it back together every week for us. So it's pleasant. So we just want to balance the sheet out. So it's we can put more resources back into the area.
Thank you.
So, okay, if it were me, I'd get rid of the chill life events. I'm not a fan. The chill life events, the peddlers in the park. I'm not a fan of those.
So those are for-profit events. So it would be up to your discretion to either limit or put in restrictions on how we permit for-profit users.
So we just can't say no to events you want to process.
Correct, because otherwise I shouldn't be the person who says no to any
So I
special
think
event. So we want
every single one of their booths has to have a business license. And I think every single booth has to give their sales report and pay taxes at the end of the night.
So part of the process is that not only do they have the business license, but they have to have a seller's permit. But right now, we don't have a mechanism that checks that balance. And if we do that, there's got to be a cost recovery for that. So all of this is a part of the overall process. And remember this, our park and rec staff, their number one focus is to get this project done and ready to go. The enforcement side, all the others like that, those things are a business component, which we need to bring our team together and be able to do that.
Okay. So here's my other question is, can we move those events to the parking lot instead of the park? How they're on the park right now, can we move them to the parking lot that we'll be leasing?
You're talking the for-profit events?
Yeah.
We could move, based on scale, we could move some of them.
I think that's something we should consider because I think that would bring down our expense of just the maintenance. I mean, you have to maintain concrete.
I think what you can do is you can tell the vendors what you have available. So if you have a blackout dates for the parks that you're not going to, you're going to go twice a month blackout dates, and you have the parking lot available, you can tell them that they can rent the parking lot versus the park. So once again, it's up to the council to decide how many events or the availability of City Park for these events.
Well, and based on the maintenance, I think obviously in the future, the cost should be different too.
What I would recommend is that as part of the return process that staff provide you with a recommendation, because I think that sometimes and during some seasons, the park is more available and ready for a lot of traffic. And then there are other times with inclement weather, which means you can destroy the park and by having back-to-back events. But I think staff, especially because it's park and recreation, would have a really good idea in terms of the durability and the seasons that are available. So as a part of the return, we can come back with those recommendations if you'd like.
Can I make a clarifying question? Under option 2, I just want to clarify that option 2 gets rid of all of the profit events except one, the one person who gets their application in time. Is that correct?
That is one of the options, yes.
Yes. So the objective, and then I guess the second part of that question would be, do you all feel like that's enough? And I'm looking at Harif, Amanda, and Tian, because we're talking to your department's bandwidth, right? And so my concern is this is not enough. And what other options can we do to, one, redirect traffic to other locations, reduce the street closures so that the businesses, and one, your bandwidth. I mean, our events you all do it in excellence. And my concern is I've even seen you all supporting, because you are better in Brentwood. You do want to see these people win. I've seen you all at these events going above and beyond. Is this enough? Because I would totally, since I would totally just do a motion, if that's how we can start motions. I would do a motion to support just what you recommended. But my concern is it's not enough, and I want to do what it takes to support you all.
I think we definitely need to look into the structure, our fee structures, and see if before we would eliminate any group from being able to participate, to see if we can recoup the funds that we would be missing, that we're currently not gathering. So I would definitely like to come back to council with some hard data and some more hard numbers, and then put in stricter regulations on those for-profit events.
Amanda, one of the one of the for-profits mentions Brentwood business. Are any of the other ones on this list specifically Brentwood businesses?
None of the, there's one Brentwood business on the for-profit list. There's only one business.
Okay, thank you.
Can we close in front of, like, right outside here? Because when I look at those businesses, so the sandwich shops, they have parking behind, right? So even if we take away the front of their business parking, they still have parking behind, which the other businesses in downtown don't have.
We are limited because the smog shop, in order to access their business, you have to bring a full vehicle in. So the sandwich shops, potentially someone could still access the business by foot, but the smog shop has to have vehicle access to and from.
Is there a way when we close, maybe, could they access it through the parking lot? From the alley to the parking lot in somehow?
I'd have to check with Public Works or Engineering.
Like right here.
Last I saw, you can't access it from the back. I shouldn't have put a Starburst. Thanks, Terrence. You gave me a Starburst. And I put it in and started talking, so that's Mr. Davis's fault.
Right here.
Thank you. But that's somebody else's property, even though
No,
we
this
have
is
control
the
of it.
parking lot. They could enter it right like this.
I don't think you can, because there's a gate there and a sidewalk. And I think this came up during Juneteenth planning. And I remember when Amy Tilley was talking about, was it one of the fest, Oktoberfest? They actually had to pay him to get on because you'd have to enter from the curb. You can't get around that way. There's a gate there that blocks your access.
I think there's a chain.
I think they have a driveway off of Oak with the chain. So if Oak isn't closed, potentially there would be access to the smog shop.
Which they had open today. Yeah.
The side chain.
Uh-huh. That's what they had open today. Or was it yes? I can't remember. A day this week. Now it's a blur. Anyway, it's just a thought if we could, because how come they could, I mean, then the other businesses are like, well, you're impacting my business too, right? It's like, I don't know. Something to think about.
I agree. It just completely shuts him down though, because his job is to get cars in. Theirs is, I agree, we need to figure out something better because we constantly shut it down, and especially right in front of CAPS. It's always an issue. So.
What's his fee to shut it down for a day? I mean, that's something that we can put into the analysis. I won't ask you that right now because I know that Amy had done that. So, yeah, let's figure that out too.
What other discussion or motion do we have?
I have a motion. I make a motion to provide the following direction to staff to approve staff's recommendation of option 2 to limit the number of downtown street closures, which is option 1+1 additional closure per month on a first come first served basis for complete applications that satisfy applicable city requirements and operational criteria. All events, including core events, but exceeding city-hosted events will be limited to 2-hour setup and 5 event hours and 2 hours takedown. Additionally, I recommend that staff come back to us with recommendations on cost amendment for events that require street closure or any other staff time or attention.
You want to say anything about alternative locations of parking lot versus grass?
Oh. Okay, and then to give us some recommendations or how you all intend to move things from the grass to the parking lot. Also to reroute the street closures to, what street is that again? Is that?
This is Second Street.
If it's feasible for us to reroute the street closures to Second Street. Between Maple and Oak, thank you.
I was just going to say, is that a clear motion for everyone? And they can go back and listen to the recording, right? Okay, if that is clear, then do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Moving into H4, Aretha Leem, Director of Parks and Recreation, will present the next item regarding the naming dedication of city facilities policy.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, we will review City Council Administrative Policy 50-1, which outlines the framework for naming and dedicating city facilities. During this presentation, we will introduce key definitions used in the policy, summarize the policy background, describe roles and responsibilities, review the naming and dedication framework, discuss areas of council discretion, and present options for council consideration. For this side, I will briefly outline key terms used in the policy. Buildings are city-owned facilities that support daily operations, such as City Hall and the Police Department. Park sites include all park sites, open space, trails, whether developed or undeveloped. Recreation facilities and amenities refer to features like athletic fields, rec centers, gazebos, meeting rooms. Support facilities are operational sites that keep the city running, such as courtyard, pump stations. And finally, facilities are just simply an umbrella term used for all of these categories. This policy was originally adopted in 2001 to provide structure and transparency in naming city facilities. In 2020, the policy was updated to refine definitions, modernize administrative practices, and better align roles across departments. The policy continues to emphasize geographic naming and the consideration of community, historic, and environmental significance. The Parks and Recreation Commission initiates naming recommendation for park sites and recreation facilities. The city manager or designee initiates naming for buildings and support facilities. All recommendations are advisory. Final approval rests with the City Council, which may modify, reject, or request additional options. The policy outlines how facilities may be named or dedicated, including honoring individuals or groups. Dedications may be physical improvements or commemorative elements such as a plaque. Oversight mirrors the naming authority, ensuring consistency across facility types. The City Council maintains full discretion over all naming and dedication decisions. Council may adopt a recommendation, modify it, refer it back to the origin body, or request new options. If a recommended name is not confirmed, staff will return with an alternative that reflects Council's direction. As City Council reviews Policy 50-1, there are several potential areas where refinement may be desired. These include clarifying name criteria, determining eligibility for honorific naming, evaluating whether dedication timeframes should be standardized, and considering ways to enhance community engagement in the naming process. For your consideration, the council has three alternatives. First is to receive and file the report with no changes. Second, direct staff to return with specific policy amendments. If the council selects this option, direction may include areas identified earlier, for example, refining naming criteria, clarifying honorific eligibility, or standardized dedication timeframes. Third, council may refer the topic to the Parks and Recreation Commission or city manager designee to conduct further research and prepare recommendations. All right, this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Harith. Any questions for him? Okay, we can move into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have no speaker cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Closing public comments and moving into council discussion.
I like this policy. This came up when the students asked us to name a park after an individual, the sports complex. And we said, our policy doesn't allow that, but I think our policy was lenient enough that we could name a field after a person. So I do like that the overall park was, the Sand Creek, it was geographic. And this kind of came up, I can talk about why we were doing this. Okay. This came up because an item that we missed that was on consent, Planning Commission kind of overrode the policy, not Planning Commission, Park and Rec, and they named a park Hope Park. And I mean, I love Hope, I love Obama, I love the whole thing about it, but I felt like it didn't follow the policy, and I felt like if we were not gonna follow the policy, then do we wanna change the policy, or do we wanna relook at renaming Hope Park? The most obvious geographic location would be, and I didn't find a Lone Tree Park. Did you find a Lone Tree? I didn't find one.
There's not a Lone Tree Park, there's a Lone Tree Business Park, but there's not a Lone Tree Park.
So and I watched that Park and Rec, and they said there was a park already named Lone Tree Park, but I like it how you and I are both up there. But there is no Lone Tree Park. So I don't know why we couldn't name it Lone Tree Park, because then, I mean, that's where it is. And yeah, that's kind of it. I like that we have this policy. There is a park named Sparrow Park. I wouldn't mind naming parks after like indigenous species. I think that would be pretty cool too. But we could talk, whatever anyone thinks about that.
Wasn't there, part of the policy includes basically flora and fauna?
Yeah, so geographic location is encouraged to be the primary naming element. However, there are other considerations that you can take into consideration, including topography, plants, bushes, trees, individuals, groups, organizations, or historical presence.
Could we add like, because it doesn't say like any kind of like animals, should we add that? Because we do, or unless that fits under one of these, I don't know which one it fits under. And I'm looking at page 673 of the agenda. I mean, we could add indigenous animal species to it if we wanted to.
I think there's language in the policy that leaves room for that. I'm just looking for that, I'm sorry.
Page 673, naming.
The other considerations aspect doesn't say, it doesn't say anything about animals, so we could always add it there.
Yeah, it says considerations of facility namings may include, but not limited to, a prominent form of topography. So it's kind of open. So if you had a particular name, it's definitely within council's authority to make a recommendation.
But see, then that brings up the Hope Park, because if we're not limiting it, then it's anything. Which I feel like that's kind of like, well, then why have a policy anyway if it can be anything? Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
So one of the primary purposes of bringing this item to the council today was to be able to allow the council to make any adjustments necessary. So I believe that Councilmember Mendoza is recommending that we allow indigenous species to be a part of the category. So
does anyone?
I'm good with that, adding the animals as long as there's no bugs.
No spider park.
No tarantula park, nothing, no. I wouldn't go there, sorry.
No.
You think I'm kidding?
Yeah, and I think what we're talking about is like, we don't want people on there, because then it's like,
what happened at Boat Hall or any Cesar Chavez building.
yes, I don't want
We
people.
don't want that.
And I don't like, I mean, Hope is, I mean, I love Hope, but it's not like, I don't know. I'd rather it be geographic or like something like that, so.
We can rename it.
Well, yeah, we'll probably need to do that next too. So
Question though, Councilmember Mendoza, I remember watching that too, and I can't remember, so I'm wondering if you remember this. When they were having discussion about Lone Tree, were they saying that there could be confusion about where it is because Lone Tree goes through more than one city? Or they really just said there was?
About what I heard?
Yeah.
It felt a little racial. It goes through Antioch, and I did not like that.
Got it. Okay, so what other discussion here or other ideas are coming forward?
I like what we've discussed so far.
Okay, should we take out the but is not limited to, because then that's anything?
Yeah.
Okay, so Should I make a motion? So I'll make a motion to amend the park naming policy to exclude the but is not limited to and add, what'd I say? Local animal species
That's not what you said.
or indigenous animal species.
I would just cite the location of I think you're under section A and then the but
Line
limited.
3?
Right.
Yeah.
Just so you.
Oh, in section A, naming, subsection 3, other considerations.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Are we addressing the other part of this discussion at this point?
We need to bring back Hope Park, right? At some point?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess my other question too would be, is this revised policy going to go to Parks and Rec as like a staff item for their agenda to be updated?
It certainly can, definitely.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
It's just advising them of the new policy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. H5, Chris Zyman, Assistant Director of Public Works, will present the next item regarding the purchase of 3 replacement vehicles and 1 new backhoe.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayors, City Council members, and staff. The item for your consideration tonight is the purchase of 3 replacement vehicles and 1 new backhoe to support operations across multiple departments. The 3 replacement vehicles support Parks and Recreation, Fleet and Facilities, and water operations. These units have reached their planned replacement timeline on the city's vehicle replacement policy. Staff is bringing this item forward to maintain service levels and avoid increasing repair costs associated with aging equipment. The replacement vehicles are 3 Chevrolet Silverado EV work trucks, which also supports the city's efforts to meet the state's zero emission requirements. Transitioning to electric vehicles will reduce long-term operating and fuel costs while positioning the city to meet future regulatory mandates. The request also includes 1 new backhoe for the wastewater division. Staff initially deferred this purchase and implemented a shared equipment approach across divisions. That approach has resulted in field scheduling conflicts, delays in completing work, and safety concerns given the nature of the wastewater operations. Moving to a dedicated backhoe will improve response times and support safe, efficient wastewater repairs. The total cost for these purchases is $386,080. The replacement vehicles are fully funded through the Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Fund with sufficient budget available. The backhoe in the amount of $238,300 requires an amendment to the wastewater enterprise operating budget. However, funding was previously identified and not expended when the purchase was deferred. As detailed in the staff report, staff is requesting council adopt a resolution approving the purchase of the 3 replacement trucks and 1 new backhoe, approval of an amendment to the wastewater enterprise operating budget in the amount of $238,300, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute any necessary documents in the amount of not to exceed $386,080. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions? Okay, moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating in person, please file a speaker card. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. I have no cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Council discussion or a motion?
I can make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the purchase of 3 replacement Chevrolet Silverado EV work trucks and 1 new backhoe.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the motion passes. We're going to take like a 3-minute break.
Larry. Larry. Yes.
We're going to go ahead and get started. Mr. City Manager. Okay, we're coming back into session, and we're going to circle back and go over informational reports. We're going to start with Councilmember Orlemans.
Information reports since the April 28th meeting. I had a meeting with Harold. I had a ribbon cutting at Handles in the streets of Brentwood. Phenomenal event. Saturday morning, freezing cold, and we're doing an ice ribbon cutting for an ice cream place. But it was packed, and it was great. And the rest of the day was hot, and I'm sure they were packed just like they have been ever since they opened. Great business. I attended the Youth in Government mock council meeting. I think they did a really good job. It was fun watching them try to make a decision and how they were going to work it out. It was well done. For everybody who puts that together, the Lions and everybody else, great event for the kids. We appreciate it. I went to the welcome of the 2 new dispatchers that we introduced today. The Police Activities League had a bicycle rodeo on Saturday at Veterans Park. Great event, good turnout. I did the agenda review with the city manager and the city attorney. And then today, I had the pleasure of going to Public Works Open House. And even better than just going as a city council member, I brought my grandson and watched him get involved with all of this stuff. And you guys did a phenomenal job putting it together. It was a huge turnout, hundreds of kids, busloads of kids. How many? 900 kids. What a great event. And 3-year-old grandson just kind of squeezed in the middle of all of it and figured it out. And we had a blast. Thank you so much. Amazing event. And that's what I did.
Councilmember Maloney.
Since our last meeting, I attended, or probably that was the same day of the meeting, the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce East Bay Business Expo. I attended the Budget and Debt Management Ad Hoc Committee along with Councilmember Mendoza. I stopped by Handles after the ribbon cutting because I work graveyard. So it was still super packed when we got there. Everybody was super friendly and everybody was eating ice cream. It's really awesome to see how packed that place is. I also attended the Unified Prom held downtown Brentwood. Major thanks to Sergeant Mitch Brulette from Brentwood PD, the Downtown Brentwood Coalition, our city staff, and everybody in our community that was involved in the parade. It was such an amazing event. And to see all the kids enjoying themselves and getting all dressed up and glamored, it was super nice to see them like that. I also attended the Youth in Government mock city council meeting. They did an awesome job. I also did the filming for the State of the City address. I attended the 1-year anniversary event for eXp Realty on 2nd Street put on by the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. I also visited some of our farms and partook in U-Pick activities at Very Mulberry Farm and also Bloomfield Cherries. They're both amazing farms. I also stopped by Mama Palooza. The DBC did a great job for that. And I attended the school interagency meeting. I attended the Public Works Open House this afternoon. It was such an awesome event, and to see everybody at the backhoe competition at the very end was super exciting. So thank you to all of you for that. It was awesome, and the scientists. And seeing all the kids kind of navigating through the recycled water and them being shocked that there's toilet paper in there, like, what? It was really cute. I also spoke with the owners of a new upcoming app. Actually, it's already active that highlights our local experiences here in Brentwood. Please check out their Ventry app that highlights all of the local events, and it's divided into different categories. You could explore by like food, drink, family kid activities, community events, live music, etc. Congratulations to them on their new business venture, and check it out, Ventry app. And that's it for me. Oh, one more thing, sorry. I did spend 2 hours at a neighborhood off of Minnesota just discussing their horrible lack of quality of life. Kind of why we brought the social nuisance ordinance here. So that was on Monday. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Since the last time we met, attended the Cal Cities A-BAG meeting, and where they had a presentation from, I can't remember what college he goes to, what college did the study on e-bikes, and sent the information to Terrence, who did a great job, and I think a couple of you, I sent the presentations that they gave us on e-bikes, and it's a problem everywhere. They just showed us that, people are like, oh, why don't you put a sticker on it so the cops know which bikes are, oh no, you can buy fake stickers on Amazon. So, it's a challenge for everyone. So there are so many cities talking about the challenges that they're facing with e-bikes. It's not just us. Unified Prom, I'm a big Star Wars person. My family's big Star Wars people. I loved it. I can remember being 8 years old, I think, when the first movie came out and being shocked at the very first scene with Princess Leia and the Stormtroopers. So they did an amazing job. The characters were amazing. They were so good with the kids. It was awesome. The parade was awesome. The event was awesome. I could have stayed there all night and hung out with them all. It was great. Handel's opening was great. I think I've been there like 4 or 5 times now. I need to stop going so much. Budget subcommittee, the youth in government mock city council meeting, they did a great job. DBC meeting, and then watched the planning commissioners meeting. Attended the mayor's conference, and then I had a group of, I think it was Garin, 3rd graders here. They filled the chambers, and they always have great questions. I made the mistake of bringing up how we got the funds for the sports complex during COVID, and it hit me. These kids don't remember what COVID is. So my conversation turned into like, what was COVID? So it was really weird to think of like there's a group of people now that do not remember it. So, but they were great, and we moved on from the COVID, and they had great questions about the city. It was full. I told them they could watch it on YouTube. So the parents were great. The parents asked a lot of questions about development. Of course, that's always the #1 thing people want to stop. So thank you for all of them coming down, and I think that is it.
Mayor?
Thank you. So I have been in training. I have a new job as a state judge, and so I've been in training a lot. I was able to come do the filming for the State of the City address. I did attend the Future Build graduation, cohort 29 graduating class, which was amazing. Supervisor Scales was there, as well as other representatives from other offices. I attended the Rotary Bingo fundraiser, and I attended with the city manager a Rotary meeting where we talked about our new waste process, and I think that our team did an amazing job describing the process so that more people in that area could know about it.
Thank you. Since we last met, had a meeting with staff, the nonprofit Working Wonders, and an accessible, affordable housing nonprofit called Opportunity Village. They're out of Vegas, but from California. So there was just some continued discussion around the potential of having a project in Brentwood that would serve adults with IDD and their families, and be both affordable and accessible to that population. Staff was very helpful with that. Attended Guru Vandana, which is an Indian cultural program that recognizes and honors contributions of teachers, and all the children pick the teacher they want to honor and go through this beautiful ceremony and dance, and it was really, really inspiring. Attended the Unified Prom Parade. I am also a Star Wars geek. I got kind of giddy when I got to pose with Chewbacca. I mean, it was amazing. Have to recognize the Brentwood Police Department PAL program, Liberty Union High School District, staff was great. Just all around, such a feel-good event. It was so wonderful to be there. Of course, the Youth in Government Mock City Council meeting in partnership with the Brentwood Lions. It was interesting to see our team members who have not witnessed that before on the edge of their seats, like kind of just, like I'm speaking to you, Harold, yes. Getting super excited about it, feeling really connected to it. It was as much fun to watch Harold and others who had not done this before as it was to watch the kids. So, and they did a fantastic job. The Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, and the topic was the County Library Foundation. and some work that they're doing to just make sure library services are accessible. Attended the Brentwood Youth Commission STEM Fair. The Youth Commission, as usual, did a great job. They really go above and beyond. Staff was really wonderful there too. The Delta 6 meeting, which if you're not familiar, is the 4 East County mayors and the 2 East County supervisors and all of the city managers. And the discussion this time was around regional planning for transportation, not just being specific by the city, but more by the region so that we can make sure that transportation dollars that are available to the region stay in the region, or at least in East County in general. So looking at some focus, maybe town halls around that. Attended the Public Works Open House today. It's the first time I attended that, and I had so much fun. It was really great. The kids were super excited. I want to say I'm hearing from several people now that there's talk around my lack of sports and athletic ability. I talked with Casey about this. I am like the kid that got picked last at every gym class activity, and I made the mistake of taking part in one of the activities and throwing a baseball. My husband will tell me, don't ever do that again. But now I'm hearing about it, so that's kind of fun. But all in all, really, really great event. It was so well organized. I loved how so many different departments were a part of it and just all kind of feeding into this incredible energy for the 3rd graders. It was fantastic, and I hope I can come again next year. And Harold and Thomas, you are up.
Wait,
Harold first,
Madam
Thomas
Mayor, I
next.
have to say, what you lack in athletic ability, you make up in singing and vocal talent. So you give that back to the 3rd
Why,
graders.
thank you.
Okay, so there are 9,416 signs in the city, the street signs in the city of Brentwood. I learned that today at the 3rd grade, and I also learned about the water bear. If you don't know about the water bear, come and see me. I'll educate you on the water bear. All right. Also attended the Youth in Government, East Bay Business Expo, the Unified Prom, the school interagency meeting, filming of the State of the City address, and I met with Mary and Doreen from the Historic Society. That was fun meeting. Met with the Delta 6 with the mayor and had a social issue there where I ordered a turkey sandwich. The mayor ordered a turkey sandwich. She had a special turkey sandwich with cranberry sauce and something else on it. I got there first. I enjoyed that sandwich, only to find that it was her sandwich, so she got half a sandwich. All right, and moving on to, I attended the Planning Commission, and I also attended the Rotary Club, where I had hot dogs, and that was good. And then I had a meeting with the mayor for the Opportunity Village, and then I have a meeting sort of set up today, but tomorrow with our lobbyist regarding the state earmarks, because now the state has a surplus and they're looking for earmarks. So whenever there's money, I'm going to run to it and see if we can get any. Thank you.
There are 2 highlights that I'd probably point to over the last couple of weeks. One was I had the opportunity during the Youth in Government, after that period, I had made an offer to several of the youth and said, if you're interested in potentially pursuing a career as an attorney, then let me know and we will set up time to talk with you. I was very surprised that that very same day, a number of those kids stopped me before I was able to go back to the city attorney's office and said, I want that meeting. And so there was either 6 or 7 of them that we ended up that same day just going up to the city attorney's office. I had one of my city attorneys with me. And we just went back and forth and talked about our paths to becoming attorneys. We answered all of their questions about being an attorney, and had an excellent conversation. Following that, I got some very nice thank you notes, which I really appreciated, and I want to let you all know that I did get your thank you notes. Thank you very much. And in addition, I know that there are a couple of other notes of interest for folks who weren't able to attend that day. So if we get enough, then we might do a second round of this. So that was great. And then I went to the Public Works event today. I heard the legend about the mayor and her pitch. I I was supposed to be promising that I wouldn't say anything about it, but since she already let the cat out of the bag, we heard that you were timed on the radar, and it was pretty sizzling. Yeah, it was just. But no, it was such an impressive event. It was amazing to see what they can do with the backhoe. It was amazing to see the science and all of the kids. And I really gained an appreciation for how diverse Brentwood really is when you see all of the kids that go to school here. So what a fantastic event. Thanks.
Harold, you're still lit.
So, Mayor, I did want to add to, I wanted to acknowledge all the work that the departments put in for the youth in government. But there was one group or one department that you could see they were fully focused and trained. So the kids were coming out and they were department heads and they were saying, no, I don't support that. And I had a very active city manager on this side. But the line of the day was the city attorney person didn't say much of anything. And then she leaned in and said, when someone said, no, I don't want that, I want that, she said, council, just to remind you, you don't need their permission. And she dropped the mic.
She was a star. That is absolutely true. Great event. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for those updates and for a nice positive ending. Do we have any requests for new agenda items?
I do have an ask. I don't know if staff is already working with the lady that comes from Chandler Drive, but I would like to possibly, if we're not already working with her, bring a future agenda item request for mitigating factors for noise for the neighboring business. We've done walls before because of sound. Maybe some ordinance changes, but would like to see that come back if it is becoming a issue, a public nuisance. So, thank you.
Any questions on that? Okay, then we need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to. No. Sorry. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Are you?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.